The first contact did not come with a flash of light or a majestic descent of silver discs. It came as a desperate, frantic scream across every radio frequency known to man. It happened on a Tuesday at exactly 14:00 Greenwich Mean Time. Every screen on the planet flickered to a dull, bruised purple. Then the voice came through. It was not melodic. It sounded like grinding stones and dying stars. The message was 3 words long, repeated in every dialect from Mandarin to Morse code. Stop answering them. For 50 years, humanity had been shouting into the void. We had sent out the Voyager golden records, pulsed binary greetings toward distant clusters, and turned our most powerful telescopes into megaphones for our loneliness. We wanted to be seen. We wanted to know we were not alone in the cold dark. We were like a child lighting a signal fire in a forest, hoping for a parent to find us. We never considered that the fire might attract the wolves. The aliens who sent the warning called themselves the Kalo. They did not arrive as conquerors. They arrived as refugees. Their ships were beautiful, spindly things made of translucent glass and shimmering energy, but they were scarred. Great black gouges were torn out of their hulls and their lights were dimming. They drifted into our solar system not with the arrogance of gods, but with the trembling terror of a man who had just escaped a burning house. When the Kalo delegation finally met with the United Nations, they did not offer us advanced medicine or faster-than-light engines. They offered us a plea. The lead chronicler of the Kalo, a being that looked like a weeping willow made of starlight, stood before the assembly. He told us that the universe was not empty. It was crowded, but it was a silence born of survival. The chronicler explained that the signals we had been sending were not viewed as greetings. In the eyes of the great silence, a signal was a declaration of readiness. It was an invitation to be judged. There was something out there, something ancient and mechanical, that listened for the first cry of a developing race. To them, a species that shouted its location was a species that had reached its harvest date. They were called the Reapers of the Signal, and they were already on their way. The Kalo told us to go dark. They begged us to dismantle our satellites, to bury our power grids, and to return to the age of steam and silence. They said it was the only way to be overlooked. They said that if we stayed quiet, the Reapers might pass us by, thinking we had already destroyed ourselves. But they did not know us. They saw our steel and our smoke and thought we were primitive. They saw our internal wars and thought we were fractured. They did not understand that humanity is never more united than when we are told to be afraid. The world did not go dark. Instead, for the first time in history, the lights stayed on all night. Chapter 1: The First Silence and the Great Mistake. Theme: the shock of realization and the weight of cosmic consequence. The hook: the global blackout of communication followed by the Kalo's 3-word scream. Core conflict: the panic of the civilian population versus the cold, clinical realization of the scientific community that we have been broadcasting a dinner bell for a century. Suspense tactics: we describe the Kalo ships not as wonders but as corpses. The slow reveal of what happened to their home world, a planet wiped clean not by bombs but by a systematic scrubbing of all electronic life. Dialogue narration: 80-20. Use narration to describe the scale of the Kalo fleet's ruin. Use a single line from a human general asking if the enemy can be bled. The cliffhanger long-range sensors detect a ripple in spacetime at the edge of the Oort cloud. Something massive has arrived and it is not slowing down. Chapter 2: The Forge of Defiance. Theme: industrial grit and the transition from a civilian economy to a total war footing. The Hook, a montage of the world's greatest factories, Tesla, Boeing, Shenyang, all receiving a single encrypted file from the Joint Chiefs, Project Aegis. A core conflict: the Kalo try to sabotage our defense efforts, believing that any electronic activity will seal our fate. They argue that we are committing suicide. Suspense tactics: technical descriptions of human engineering. We focus on the sound of hammers, the heat of the foundries, and the sheer scale of the orbital shipyards being built in months rather than decades. Dialogue narration: 70-30. A tense argument between the Kalo chronicler and a human lead engineer. The engineer explains that humans don't hide in the basement, we reinforce the door. The cliffhanger: the first Reaper probe enters the system. It doesn't attack, it simply scans, and every computer on Earth begins to scream in a digital frequency that causes physical pain. Chapter 3: The Cost of the Signal. Theme: the brutality of the first contact and the realization of the enemy's power. The Hook: the moon is hit, not by a laser but by a kinetic slug traveling at a fraction of the speed of light. A third of the lunar surface is vaporized instantly. A core conflict: the remnants of the world's navies attempt to intercept the probe. It is a slaughter. Our current missiles are like throwing pebbles at a mountain. Suspense tactics: we follow a single pilot in a cockpit. We focus on his breathing, the rattling of his outdated instruments, and the terrifying silence of his wingmen disappearing one by one from the radar. Dialogue narration: 60-40. The pilot's last transmission is not a prayer, but a set of coordinates and a simple statement that the enemy has a blind spot in its heat radiators. The cliffhanger: the probe is destroyed, but as it dies, it sends a final high-burst transmission back to deep space. The location of Earth is now confirmed. The main fleet is coming. Chapter 4: The Titan's Breath. Theme: competence-based payoff and the humanity is awesome industrial surge. The Hook: a 5-year time jump. The sky is no longer blue, it is crisscrossed by the shimmering grids of planetary shields and the exhaust trails of 1,000 heavy-lift rockets. A core conflict: the Kalo have given up hope and are preparing to flee. They watch in disbelief as humans strip mine the asteroid belt to build a ring of defensive platforms. Suspense tactics focus on the logistics. The millions of tons of steel, the trillions of lines of code, and the exhausted, soot-covered faces of the workers. This is not a miracle, it is a marathon of spite. Dialogue narration: 75-25. The Kalo chronicler asks why we still fight when the odds are zero. A human admiral responds that humans have never been good at math. The cliffhanger: the sky darkens during the day. It is not an eclipse. thousands of Reaper ships have dropped out of warp simultaneously, surrounding the planet like a cage of obsidian. Chapter 5: The Judgment of Iron. Theme: the climax of the conflict and the demonstration of human tactical ingenuity. The hook: the Reapers send a signal expecting the planet to go dark in terror. Instead, every speaker on Earth broadcasts a heavy, rhythmic pulse, the sound of 1,000,000,000 hearts beating in unison. Core conflict: the battle for the solar system. The Kalo ships hide, but the human fleet, rugged, blocky, and bristling with railguns, charges into the fray. Suspense tactics: the contrast between the Reapers' elegant, terrifying technology and the raw, kinetic violence of human weaponry. We don't use shields, we use layers of reactive armor and the sheer will to keep firing even when the hull is melting. Dialogue narration: 50-50, short, barked orders over the comms: target the lead ship, overload the reactors, hold the line. The cliffhanger: the human flagship is boarded. The Admiral stands on the bridge with a detonator in his hand. He smiles as the Reaper commander enters. Chapter 6: The New Silence. Theme: philosophical epilogue and the shift in the galactic status quo. The hook: the debris of the Reaper fleet forms a new ring around the Earth. The silence returns, but it is a different kind of silence. A core conflict: the Kalo realize that they were wrong. They see that the universe is not a place to hide, but a place to be claimed. Suspense tactics: a slow, somber walk through the ruins of a human city. It is scarred, but the people are rebuilding. There is no fear left, only a cold, hard readiness. Dialogue narration: 90-10. The chronicler writes the final entry in his log. He says that the stars are no longer a source of terror. The stars are now a warning to anyone else who might listen. The cliffhanger: humanity sends out a new signal. It is not a greeting. It is a map of the Reaper home world and a single sentence: we are coming for the rest of you. The Kalo chronicler sat in his observation chamber, watching the blue marble below. For eons, his people had survived by being small, by being quiet, by being nothing. They had watched 1,000 civilizations rise and fall, all snuffed out by the Reapers like candles in a gale. They had expected the humans to be no different. But humans were not candles, they were a forest fire. He remembered the day the Reapers arrived in full force. The Kalo had prepared their cloaking fields, ready to watch another world die. They expected to see the human cities burn. Instead, they saw the very atmosphere of the planet ignite as the planetary defense grid went active. The humans had turned their entire world into a weapon. The Reapers used gravity wells to crush cities. The humans responded by detonating nuclear charges in the upper atmosphere to disrupt the gravitational waves. The Reapers used nanite swarms to dissolve flesh. The humans used massive electromagnetic pulses that fried the nanites and their own power grids just to buy an hour of fighting time. They were willing to break their own world just to spite the enemy. There was a specific moment that the chronicler would never forget. It was when the Reaper flagship, a vessel the size of a continent, moved in to deliver the final blow. It opened its primary weapon, a beam of pure antimatter. The Kalo closed their eyes, waiting for the end. But the beam never hit. A human moonbase, a massive industrial complex that everyone thought was a mining colony, moved. It wasn't a colony, it was a thruster-equipped kinetic interceptor. The humans had turned their own moon into a shield. The impact was enough to crack the lunar crust, but it held. And while the Reaper flagship was reloading, 10,000 human boarding craft, tiny, jagged needles of steel, launched from the lunar surface. They didn't use lasers, they used drills. They didn't use logic, they used rage. The chronicler saw the footage from inside the Reaper ship. He saw humans in heavy, pressurized suits, wielding industrial cutting torches and shotguns. They didn't look like soldiers, they looked like miners. They moved through the alien corridors with a grim, practiced efficiency, clearing rooms with fire and lead. They didn't care about the beauty of the alien architecture. They only cared about the location of the reactor core. When the flagship exploded, it didn't just die. It shattered the morale of the entire Reaper fleet. For the first time in 1,000,000 years, the predators became the prey. The remaining Reaper ships tried to jump to warp, but the humans had already seeded the system with gravity mines. There was no escape. Now the war is over. The solar system is a graveyard of black obsidian shards and twisted human steel. The cost was unimaginable. Half the Earth's population is gone, the oceans are choked with ash. The sky is a permanent shade of charcoal. But the humans are not mourning, not yet. The chronicler watched as a human construction crew worked on the hull of a new ship. It was twice the size of anything they had built before. It wasn't designed for defense. It was designed for long-range travel. It was painted a dull, industrial gray, and the name on the side was written in bold, white letters, "The Vengeance." He realized then that the Kalo had been wrong about the Great Silence. It wasn't a law of nature. It was a vacuum waiting to be filled. The Reapers had kept the galaxy quiet through fear. The humans would keep it quiet through strength. The lead engineer of the shipyard walked past the chronicler's chamber. He was a man of 60, his face scarred by radiation burns, his hands shaking from years of overwork. He stopped and looked at the alien. The engineer said that the Kalo should start packing. He said that the galaxy was about to get very loud. The chronicler asked where they were going. The engineer pointed to the furthest, darkest reach of the star map, to the place where the Reapers had come from. He said that humanity had a lot of questions and they were going to get their answers one way or another. As the engineer walked away, the chronicler began to write. He did not write about the end of the world. He wrote about the beginning of an empire. He wrote about the species that was told to be quiet and instead chose to scream back at the dark. He titled his chronicle, "The Day the Stars Learned to Fear the Silence." The final image on the screens across the world was no longer a purple flicker. It was a live feed from the edge of the system. 1,000 human ships, their engines glowing with a fierce, determined light, were aligning themselves for a jump. They weren't hiding. They weren't waiting. They were hunting. The message they broadcasted on all frequencies was simple. It was the same message the Reapers had used for eons to herald their arrival. But this time, it was coming from us. It said, "We hear you." The transition from a world of peace to a world of absolute kinetic output did not happen in the halls of government. It happened in the garages, the basement workshops, and the heavy industrial zones of the Rust Belt and the Ruhr Valley. When the Kalo arrived with their shimmering glass ships and their stories of cosmic predators, they expected humanity to cower. They expected us to dismantle our towers and hide in the dirt. They did not understand that for a human, a threat is not a reason to hide. It is a technical problem requiring a high-velocity solution. The first month after the Kalo warning was defined by a frantic global inventory. Every scrap of tungsten, every gram of enriched uranium, and every motherboard in storage was seized by the newly formed Earth Defense Coalition. The Kalo chronicler watched from his spire in Geneva as the Swiss Alps were hollowed out by thermal drills. He pleaded with the human generals, telling them that the electromagnetic signature of such massive construction was like a flare in a dark cave. He said that the reapers would see the heat bloom from light years away. The response from the human high command was a cold, singular focus. They told the chronicler that if the reapers were coming for a harvest, they would find the crop had grown thorns made of depleted uranium. Project Aegis was not a single shield or a single weapon. It was the total mobilization of the human species. In the shipyards of Newport News and Dalian, aircraft carriers were stripped of their flight decks and fitted with massive magnetic rails. These were no longer ships of the sea. They were the skeletons of orbital monitors. We did not have time to invent anti-gravity or exotic matter propulsion. We used what we had: fire, pressure, and the raw mathematics of Newton. The Kalo tried to intervene. They attempted to upload viruses into the global defense grid to shut it down, believing they were saving us from our own signal. They were caught within minutes by a teenager in a basement in Seoul who had been recruited by the Cyber Warfare Division. The humans did not retaliate against the Kalo. They simply placed them under guard and told them to watch. They told the aliens that while the Kalo had learned to survive by being ghosts, humans had spent their entire history learning how to kill ghosts. The tension reached a breaking point when the first Reaper probe arrived. It did not drop from warp with a roar. It simply appeared at the edge of the lunar orbit, a jagged splinter of obsidian that absorbed all light. It was silent. It was cold. It began to pulse, sending out a wide-spectrum scan that bypassed every firewall on the planet. On Earth, every screen turned to a static-filled void. People in the streets collapsed as a high-pitched digital scream echoed in their inner ears. It was the sound of a predator sniffing the air. The probe was gauging our biomass, our technological level, and our readiness. The Kalo chronicler fell to his knees in the UN assembly, weeping starlight. He said that the judgment had begun. He said the probe would now signal the hive and the reaping would follow within the hour. He was wrong about the timing. He was also wrong about the human response. The humans did not wait for the probe to finish its scan. From the dark side of the moon, 3 massive kinetic slugs were launched. They were not guided by computers that the probe could hack. They were aimed using ancient telescopic mathematics and fired using steam expansion catapults to mask their thermal signature. The slugs hit the probe with the force of a small mountain. The obsidian splinter did not shatter, it crumpled. As it tumbled toward the lunar surface, a human salvage team was already in flight, their rockets burning dirty and hot. They didn't want to destroy the probe, they wanted to dissect it. They wanted to know how the Reaper's heart beat so they could stop it. The lead engineer, a woman named Sarah Chen who had slept 4 hours in 3 weeks, stood over the captured Reaper core in a pressurized tent on the Mare Tranquillitatis. She looked at the Kalo advisor who had been sent to assist. She told him that the Reaper technology was elegant, but it relied on the assumption that the prey would be too terrified to touch it. She said that the Reapers had made a mistake by sending a scout. They had given us a blueprint. The Kalo advisor trembled. He said that by touching the machine, we had tainted ourselves. He said the main fleet would not just harvest us now, they would erase us. Sarah Chen didn't look up from her soldering iron. She said that erasure was a two-way street. For the next 5 years, the sun was a rare sight. The atmosphere was thick with the soot of 1 billion factories working triple shifts. The global economy collapsed, replaced by a ration-based system where the only currency was labor. If you could weld, you ate. If you could code, you ate. If you could fight, you were given the best of what remained. The Kalo watched as we stripped the asteroid 16 Psyche of its iron and nickel. They watched as we built the Ring, a belt of orbital platforms armed with railguns the size of skyscrapers. The humans were not building a wall, they were building a cage. The chronicler asked an admiral why they were spending so much effort on kinetic weapons when the Reapers possessed energy shields that could deflect solar flares. The admiral spat on the floor and said that no shield in the universe could ignore the laws of momentum. He said that if you hit a god hard enough with a big enough rock, the god would still bleed. This was the core of the human defiance, a refusal to accept the mystical superiority of the enemy. To the Kalo, the Reapers were an inevitable force of nature, like a storm or the heat death of the universe. To the humans, the Reapers were just another empire, and empires always had a soft underbelly. The day the sky darkened was not a surprise. We had sensors buried in the very fabric of space-time by then, reverse-engineered from the captured probe. We knew they were coming 3 days before they arrived. The world did not panic. There were no riots. There was only a grim, silent preparation. Families went into the deep bunkers built into the crust of the Earth. Soldiers took their positions in the orbital platforms. The Kalo offered to take a few thousand humans on their ships and flee into the deep black. The president of the United Coalition thanked them for the offer but declined. She said that humanity had spent too long wondering if we were alone. Now that we knew who our neighbors were, it would be rude not to stay for the party. When the Reaper fleet dropped out of warp, they filled the space between Earth and Mars. There were thousands of them, each one a jagged, black cathedral of death. They did not send a message. They did not ask for surrender. They simply began to move toward the planet in a slow, suffocating formation. The Kalo chronicler sat in his chamber, closing his eyes. He waited for the sound of the world ending. Instead, he heard the hum of the planetary power grid surging to a level that should have melted the wires. He heard the roar of the railguns. The Ring opened fire all at once. The vacuum of space was silent, but on Earth the vibrations were felt in the bedrock. Thousands of tungsten rods, accelerated to 5% of the speed of light, tore through the void. They didn't glow like lasers, they were invisible killers. The lead Reaper ships didn't have time to react. Their shields flared bright blue, struggling to disperse the kinetic energy of a mass the size of a freight train hitting them at relativistic speeds. The shields held for a microsecond before the physics of the impact took over. The obsidian hulls shattered. The cathedrals of death turned into clouds of debris. The humans didn't stop. They didn't celebrate, they just reloaded. The Reapers responded with beams of concentrated antimatter. The orbital platforms were vaporized, thousands of humans dying in flashes of white light. But for every platform the Reapers destroyed, 2 more opened fire. It was a war of attrition that the Reapers were not prepared for. They were used to harvesting sheep. They were not used to the sheep having teeth made of nuclear fire. In the middle of the slaughter, a human fleet emerged from the shadow of Venus. These were not the blocky monitors of the ring. These were the hunters. They were small, fast, and coated in a radar-absorbent material that made them nearly invisible to the Reaper sensors. They were led by the flagship, a vessel called the Indomitable. The admiral on the bridge of the Indomitable did not give a speech about freedom or glory. He looked at his tactical map and saw the hole in the Reaper formation. He said that it was time to show them why we were the dominant species on our own rock. The human ships dove into the heart of the Reaper fleet. They didn't fire from a distance. They got close, scraping their hulls against the obsidian giants. They used short-range nuclear torpedoes, detonating them against the Reaper engines. They were suicidal, aggressive, and utterly relentless. The Kalo chronicler watched the feed from a drone. He saw a human ship, its bridge half gone and its life support failing, ram itself into the primary weapon array of a Reaper dreadnought. He saw the human pilots ejecting into the vacuum, firing their handguns at the alien hulls as they drifted toward their deaths. He realized then that the Reapers had already lost. Even if they killed every human, even if they turned the Earth into a cinder, they had lost. Because for the first time in 1,000,000 years, they were afraid. He could see it in the way the Reaper ships began to break formation. He could see it in the way they hesitated. The Reapers lived for the signal. They lived for the order of the harvest. But there is no order in a forest fire. There is only the heat and the roar. When the Reaper flagship finally fell, caught in a crossfire between the lunar batteries and the Indomitable, the remaining alien ships did something the Kalo had never seen. They fled. They jumped to warp in a disorganized panic, leaving their wounded behind. The silence that followed was not the great silence of the Kalo. It was the silence of a victor catching their breath. The Kalo chronicler walked out onto the balcony of the UN building. The sky was filled with the glowing streaks of falling debris, the remains of the fleet that had come to end us. The air smelled of ozone and scorched metal. He saw a group of human soldiers sitting on the steps of the plaza. They were covered in soot, their uniforms torn. One of them was weeping, but the others were just staring at the sky. They weren't looking for more enemies, they were looking at the stars. The chronicler approached the lead engineer who was standing near a communication array. He asked her if she was happy that the war was over. She looked at him with eyes that seemed to have aged 1,000 years. She said that the war wasn't over. She said that the Reapers still had worlds, they still had a home, and as long as they existed, the signal was still a threat. The chronicler felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. He asked what the humans intended to do. The engineer turned back to her console. She said that we had spent 50 years shouting into the dark, hoping someone would love us. Now we were going to go out there and make sure no one ever dared to hate us again. She tapped a command into the array. Across the planet, the massive radio telescopes that had once sent out greetings were being recalibrated. They were no longer sending binary codes or music. They were sending a coordinate, a single location in the deep void where the Reapers had retreated. The message attached to the coordinates was not in Mandarin or English or Morse code. It was a digital pulse that every Reaper ship would receive, a vibration that would echo in their obsidian hulls. It said that the harvest was canceled. It said that the farmers were coming for the scythe. The Kalo chronicler sat down and began the final chapter of his record. He wrote that the universe had changed on this Tuesday. The age of hiding was over. The age of the silent predator was over. He looked at the human ship, the Vengeance, as it cleared the atmosphere, its engines burning with a cold, white light. It was followed by 100 more, then 1,000. He wrote that the Kalo had warned the humans not to answer the stars. We had told them that the dark was full of monsters. He paused, his starlight hand trembling over the page. He concluded by saying that we were wrong. The dark was not full of monsters. It was just a place that had been waiting for a species brave enough to bring its own light and a big enough hammer to break the dark. The humans were no longer answering the stars. They were claiming them. And as the fleet vanished into the jump points, the chronicler realized that for the first time in his immortal life, he wasn't afraid of what was out there. He was only afraid for the things that were standing in the humans' way. The final transmission from Earth was picked up by a Kalo listening post 3 galaxies away. It wasn't a scream, it wasn't a plea. It was a low, rhythmic thrumming, the sound of 1 billion boots marching in time. The stars were no longer a mystery, they were a target. And as the last of the human ships disappeared into the void, the great silence was finally, permanently broken. The galaxy was about to get very, very loud. The transition from a defensive crouch to an offensive sprint required a psychological shift that the Kalo found terrifying. To the aliens, the victory at the ring was a miracle to be savored. A reason to go back into hiding and hope the Reapers forgot where Earth was. To the humans, the victory was merely a proof of concept. It was the successful test firing of a weapon that was now being mass-produced. The engineer sat in the command center of the Luna shipyards, her eyes fixed on the logistics manifests. She did not look like a savior. She looked like a foreman who was behind schedule. She told the high command that the problem with the Reapers was not their technology but their scale. They had millions of years of head start. They had harvested thousands of worlds. If humanity stayed in the Sol system, they would eventually be crushed by sheer numbers. The only way to win a war against an apex predator was to burn out its den. The Kalo chronicler stood near her, his translucent skin flickering with anxiety. He asked her how they intended to find the Reaper homeworld. He reminded her that the Great Silence existed for a reason. The Reapers did not leave maps. They did not have colonies. They were a nomadic plague that lived in the voids between galaxies. The engineer didn't look up from her screens. She said that every predator leaves a trail of blood. She pointed to the data recovered from the shattered obsidian hulks drifting in Earth's orbit. She explained that the Reaper ships didn't use traditional warp drives. They folded space using a specific harmonic frequency that left a lingering resonance in the vacuum. It was like a scent in the air. We didn't need a map, she said. We just needed a hound. That hound was the SSV Pathfinder. It was a ship built around a single massive sensor array salvaged from the Reaper probe. It was piloted by a crew of volunteers who knew they were likely jumping into a grave. They weren't looking for a fight, they were looking for the source of the signal. As the Pathfinder prepared to depart, the global effort on Earth shifted again. The factories did not stop. The mines on Mars and the Belt deepened. We were no longer building shields, we were building the hammer. This was a fleet designed for one purpose: planetary-scale demolition. The ships were ugly, blocky, and covered in layers of reactive armor. They carried no luxury, no science labs, and no diplomatic quarters. They were engines strapped to magazines of nuclear-tipped kinetic penetrators. The chronicler wrote in his journals that humanity had become the very thing they feared. He wrote that the beauty of Earth was being consumed by the furnace of war. He watched as the forests of the Amazon were cleared to make room for launch silos. He watched as the oceans were filtered for deuterium. He asked a young welder if she missed the blue skies. She looked at him through her scorched visor and said that she would rather have a gray sky over a free world than a blue sky over a graveyard. The call came 3 months later. The Pathfinder had found it. The signal was faint, buried in the heart of a nebula 10,000 light-years away. It wasn't a planet, it was a structure, a Dyson shell of obsidian and cold iron surrounding a dying red dwarf star. It was the Forge. It was where the Reapers were born, repaired, and stored during the long cycles between harvests. The engineer gathered the leaders of the United Coalition. She didn't give them a choice. She said that the window was closing. The Reaper fleet that fled Earth would be reporting back. They would be adapting. They would be fixing the flaws in their shields that our railguns had exposed. If we waited, we died. If we moved now, we caught them while they were still confused by the concept of defeat. The mobilization was the largest movement of mass in human history. 10,000 ships ignited their engines simultaneously. From the surface of Earth, it looked like a second sun was rising in the night sky. The Kalo ships, small and elegant, hovered at the edges of the fleet like nervous birds. They had agreed to come not to fight, but to witness. They wanted to see if the humans could actually kill a god. The jump was a blur of nausea and distorted light. When the fleet emerged on the other side, the scale of the Reaper Forge took their breath away. It was a jagged cage of metal that spanned millions of miles, a dark lattice that choked the light of the central star. Thousands of Reaper ships were docked along its ribs, looking like hibernating insects. The silence of the void was broken by the human tactical net. There were no grand speeches, The admiral of the Indomitable simply said to Shudu Enus the burn. The Reapers were caught mid-cycle, their sensors tuned to detect the subtle ripples of advanced civilizations were overwhelmed by the sheer noisy brutality of the human arrival. We didn't slip in, we crashed through the front door. The first wave of human ships didn't fire at the Reaper vessels. They fired at the forge itself. They targeted the structural nodes of the obsidian cage. Each kinetic slug was the size of a skyscraper accelerated to a fraction of light speed. When they hit the forge, the impact didn't just shatter the metal, it sent shockwaves through the entire structure, snapping the docking tethers of the sleeping Reaper ships. The nebula ignited. The gas clouds, rich in hydrogen, caught the heat of the impacts and bloomed into a hellish crimson. The Reapers scrambled to wake up. Their obsidian hulls began to glow with that familiar, terrifying purple light, but they were cramped. They were trapped in their own home. The humans had turned the Reapers' sanctuary into a death trap. The Indomitable led the charge into the gaps of the shattering forge. The Admiral ordered the release of the Fireflies. These were millions of tiny, autonomous drones, each carrying a shape-charged thermobaric explosive. They swarmed over the Reaper hulls, finding the heat vents and the sensor clusters. They didn't need to destroy a dreadnought, they just needed to blind it. The chronicler watched the battle from the bridge of a Kalo observation craft. He saw the humans fighting with a ferocity that defied logic. A human destroyer, its engines failing and its hull venting oxygen, turned itself into a torch and rammed a Reaper nursery, detonating its reactor in a final, blinding act of spite. He asked the engineer who was coordinating the strike from the flagship why they fought with such disregard for their own lives. She replied that humans had a long history of dying for things they believed in. She said that for the first time, the entire species believed in the same thing, that the dark should belong to those who are brave enough to live in it, not those who hide in it to kill. The battle lasted for 3 days. The forge began to collapse in on itself, the gravity of the central star pulling the shattered ribs of the cage toward its core. The Reapers were no longer a fleet, they were a panicked swarm. Some tried to jump to warp, but the humans had deployed gravity well generators, primitive, heavy machines that vibrated the fabric of space and made warp travel impossible. We weren't just killing them, we were trapping them. The final blow came from the hammer. It was a massive, hollowed-out asteroid fitted with the largest engines humanity had ever built. It was filled with every scrap of nuclear waste, every decommissioned warhead, and every gram of antimatter we could produce. It was a suicide fireship on a galactic scale. The Admiral gave the order to release the hammer. It drifted toward the center of the forge, a silent mountain of white-hot vengeance. The Reapers tried to stop it. They focused all their beams on the asteroid, but it was too dense, too massive. Even as it melted and shattered, the momentum carried the pieces forward. When it hit the central star's containment field, the universe seemed to turn inside out. The explosion was not a sound. It was a pressure that could be felt in the marrow of the bone. The red dwarf star, its gravity destabilized by the impact and the collapse of the forge, went nova. The white light consumed everything. It consumed the forge, it consumed the Reaper fleet, it consumed the nebula. The human fleet had already begun their retreat, jumping back toward the Sol system as the shockwave expanded. They left behind a graveyard of gods. When the Indomitable returned to Earth's orbit, there were no parades. The ships were scarred, their hulls blackened and pitted. Half of the fleet hadn't made it back. The engineer stepped off the shuttle at the Geneva spaceport. The air was cool and the sky was beginning to clear as the orbital soot settled. She saw the Kalo chronicler waiting for her. He looked older, his light dimmed by what he had seen. He asked her if it was enough. He asked if the Reapers were gone. She looked up at the stars, which were now visible again. She said that the forge was gone. The main host was gone, but there would be others. There would be scouts in the far reaches and survivors in the deep voids. The chronicler asked if she was afraid of their return. She shook her head. She said that the Reapers had spent eons being the monsters in the dark. Now they would have to spend the rest of eternity wondering if the humans were coming for them. She said that the Great Silence was over, but a new kind of silence was beginning. The silence of a predator that knows it is being hunted. The chronicler realized then that the Kalo had been wrong about everything. They thought the message to the stars was a mistake because it invited the end. They didn't realize that for humans, the end was just another beginning. He opened his chronicle and wrote the final entry. He wrote that the galaxy was no longer a place of fear. It was a place of consequence. He wrote that the humans had not just answered the stars, they had rewritten the laws of the dark. He titled the final chapter, The First Day of the Human Era. As he finished, he heard a sound from the nearby city. It wasn't the sound of sirens or the roar of factories. It was music. It was a broadcast sent out from 1,000 radio towers beaming into the deep black. It wasn't a warning, it wasn't a plea. It was a song, a simple, defiant melody that told the universe we were still here. The engineer listened to the music for a moment, then turned back to her work. There were ships to repair. There were new worlds to find. There was a galaxy to explore, and for the first time in 1,000,000 years, the path was clear. The stars were no longer warning us to be quiet. They were waiting for us to speak. The destruction of the Forge was not the end of the war, but the end of the Reaper's divinity. For eons, they had been the inevitable tide, a force of nature that could not be bargained with or broken. Now they were merely scattered remnants, broken machines drifting in the cold wake of a human tantrum. The galaxy felt different. The Kalo chronicler noted that the very fabric of space seemed to hum with a new, jagged energy. It was the sound of a vacuum being filled. In the months following the collapse of the obsidian cage, the humans did not retreat into a golden age of peace. They did not dismantle their shipyards or turn their railguns into plowshares. Instead, they became architects of a new order. The lead engineer, now titled the Director of Extrasolar Security, stood in the ruins of the Lunar Command Center and looked at the tactical overlays of the local cluster. She told the assembled generals that a wounded animal is more dangerous than a healthy one. She said that as long as a single Reaper engine flickered in the dark, Earth was a target. The humans began the Great Scour. It was a systematic, cold-blooded hunt. They didn't wait for the Reapers to come to them. They used the resonance trackers, the hounds they had built from salvaged alien glass, to follow the fading trails of the ships that had escaped the Forge. They jumped into systems that had been silent for 1 billion years. They found Reaper outposts hidden in the rings of gas giants and refueling stations tucked into the shadows of rogue moons. The Kalo watched in a state of paralyzed awe. Their own history was a long record of hiding, of dimming their lights and whispering so the monsters wouldn't hear. The humans were doing the opposite. They were lighting flares in every dark corner. They were kicking over every stone. The chronicler followed the SSV Retribution into the Orion Nebula. He stood on the bridge as the human captain ordered the deployment of atmospheric scrubbers over a world that had been harvested 10,000 years ago. The planet was a tomb, a gray ball of ash where a civilization of avian singers had once lived. The captain didn't look at the ruins with pity. He looked at them as a crime scene. He said that the Reapers didn't just kill people, they erased the memory of them. He said that the humans were going to be the memory that the Reapers couldn't erase. When they found a lone Reaper scout hiding in the nebula's ionized clouds, the battle was short. The human ship didn't offer terms. It didn't ask for surrender. It simply opened its missile pods and saturated the sector with nuclear fire. The obsidian ship tried to scream its binary terror into the void, but the humans jammed the frequency with a recording of a heartbeat. They wanted the last thing the machine heard to be the sound of the life it had tried to extinguish. Back on Earth, the atmosphere was changing. The fear that had gripped the planet for 50 years had transmuted into something harder. It was a cultural obsession with readiness. Children in schools didn't learn about the stars as distant wonders, they learned about them as terrain. They learned orbital mechanics before they learned geography. The engineer told the chronicler that humanity had realized the universe was not a garden. It was a dark forest, and they had decided to be the fire that cleared the brush. The chronicler asked her if she feared what they were becoming. He pointed out that they were building a cage of their own, a military machine that demanded everything from its citizens. He asked if they were losing their humanity in the pursuit of safety. She looked at him, her face reflected in the glass of a viewscreen showing the construction of a new class of dreadnought. She said that humanity was not a set of traits, but a will to survive. She said that if being human meant being a victim, then she was happy to see that version of them die. She told him that the Kalo had survived by being small. The humans would survive by being too big to swallow. The hunt took them further into the deep black than any species had ever dared. They found the graveyards. These were sectors of space where the Reapers had dumped the husks of the civilizations they had devoured. Thousands of shattered worlds stripped of their atmospheres orbiting dead stars. The Kalo chronicler wept when he saw them. He saw the remains of the Volta, a race of philosophers who had reached for the stars only to find the scythe. He saw the ruins of the Gress, who had built cities of crystal that now drifted as dust. The humans didn't weep. They began to mine the ruins. They took the technology of the dead and integrated it into their own. They turned the crystal of the Gress into focusing lenses for high-intensity lasers. They turned the alloys of the Volta into armor plating. They were a scavenger species, turning the tragedies of the past into the weapons of the future. The engineer called it the Great Inheritance. She said that the dead couldn't use their tools anymore, so it was up to the living to make sure those tools were used for justice. The turning point of the scour came when the humans intercepted a high-frequency burst from the galactic core. It wasn't a Reaper signal. It was something older, something that had been buried under the noise of the harvest for eons. It was a distress call repeating every 100 years, muffled by the gravity of the central black hole. The signal came from a species called the Oros. They had been the first to be harvested 1 billion years ago. They hadn't been destroyed, they had been archived. The Reapers kept a digital record of every mind they had ever consumed, stored in a massive, cold storage array orbiting the event horizon of the galaxy's heart. It was the Reapers' library. It was their trophy room. The engineer saw the data and knew what had to be done. She said that the war wouldn't be over until the stolen souls were freed. She said that the Reapers didn't just own the present, they owned the past, and the humans were going to take it back. The mission to the core was a suicide run. The gravity alone was enough to tear a standard ship apart. The humans had to build ships with reinforced skeletal structures powered by multiple fusion cores just to maintain a stable orbit. They called the fleet the Orpheus Initiative. The chronicler begged them not to go. He said that the core was the Reapers' final stronghold, a place where the laws of physics favored the machines. He said that even if they reached the archive, they couldn't possibly bring the dead back to life. The engineer told him that it wasn't about resurrection. It was about peace. She said that as long as the Reapers held those minds, they held the power of every civilization they had ever killed. They used those minds to calculate, to predict, to refine their killing methods. The archive was the Reaper's brain. The human fleet arrived at the core like a spear of light piercing the darkness. The Reapers were there in force, thousands of them, forming a defensive sphere around the archive. The battle was a chaotic nightmare of shifting gravity and blinding radiation. Ships were crushed by tidal forces or vaporized by the intense heat of the accretion disk. The Indomitable took the lead, its hull glowing white as it pushed through the Reaper line. The Admiral didn't look for a tactical advantage. He simply pointed the ship at the archive and told the crew to hold on. The archive was a sphere of dark matter and silver circuitry miles across. It was beautiful and terrible. As the human ships drew closer, they began to hear the voices, not through the radio, but through the resonance of their own hulls. It was the sound of 1 trillion souls, a low, constant moan of 1 billion years of captivity. The engineer aboard the flagship initiated the hack. She didn't try to download the data. There was too much of it. Instead, she introduced a virus, a piece of human code designed to do one thing: wake them up. She gave the archived minds the one thing the Reapers had taken away: agency. The effect was instantaneous. The archive didn't explode. It ignited from within. The minds of the Oros, the Volta, the Gress, and 1,000 other nameless races realized their condition. They turned their collective processing power against the Reaper systems. They overrode the station's thrusters. They turned the defensive turrets on the Reaper fleet. The Reapers, for the first time in their existence, were being attacked by their own history. The station began to drift toward the event horizon of the black hole. The engineer watched the telemetry and saw that the souls were choosing to die. They were choosing the silence of the void over the slavery of the archive. The chronicler watched as the silver sphere vanished into the singularity. He felt a weight lift from the galaxy. The moan in the hulls stopped. The voices were gone, but they were finally at rest. The Reaper fleet at the core collapsed. Without the processing power of the archive to guide them, the machines were sluggish, confused. The humans moved in for the kill. It was not a battle, it was an execution. When the last Reaper ship was silenced, the Admiral looked out at the swirling fire of the galactic center. He didn't claim victory. He simply said that the debt was paid. The fleet returned to Earth as ghosts. They were fewer in number, and the men and women who walked off the ships were changed. They had seen the beginning and the end of time. They had looked into the eyes of 1 trillion dead and found the strength to keep firing. The Kalo chronicler sat in his garden in the reconstructed city of New York. The trees were green again, and the sky was a deep, piercing blue. He looked at his final manuscript. He had spent his life believing that the universe was a place of terror, a place where the only way to survive was to be silent. He saw a group of human children playing in the plaza. They were pretending to be starships. They were shouting at the top of their lungs, their voices echoing off the glass towers. They weren't afraid of the dark. They were the masters of it. The lead engineer came to visit him. She was no longer wearing her uniform. She looked tired, but her eyes were clear. She sat down next to him and asked if he had finished his book. He said that he had. He said that he had titled it The Answer. She asked him what the answer was. He looked up at the stars, which were beginning to peek through the twilight. He said that for 1 million years, the galaxy had been asking a question. It had been asking if life was a mistake, if the dark was the only truth. He said that the humans had given the answer. The answer was a loud, defiant no. The engineer smiled. She said that they were planning a new expedition, not a war fleet this time, a colony ship. They were going to the Andromeda galaxy. They wanted to see if anyone there was hiding. They wanted to tell them that it was safe to come out. The chronicler felt a surge of hope that he had never known. He asked if he could go with them. He said he wanted to be there when the next civilization heard the news. She told him that there was plenty of room. She said that the humans were going to need someone to write down what happened next. As the sun set over the horizon, the first of the new colony ships ignited its engines in the upper atmosphere. It didn't sneak away. It didn't hide its trail. It burned with a brilliant, steady light that could be seen for light years. The Great Silence was truly over. The era of the hidden had ended. The humans were no longer answering the stars. They were the ones who were speaking, and the universe was finally, gratefully listening. The chronicler picked up his pen and added one last sentence to his record. He wrote that we once told the humans not to answer the stars because we were afraid of what might hear us. He wrote that now he realized the stars had been waiting for someone to answer. They had been waiting for us to say that the dark is not a wall, but a doorway. And the humans had just kicked it open. The transition from a species of survival to a species of stewardship did not happen with a grand decree. It happened in the quiet, grit-toothed determination of the reconstruction crews. The engineer stood on the observation deck of the Luna shipyards, watching the skeletal frames of the new migration fleet take shape against the stark white curve of the moon. These were not the jagged, desperate warships of the Reaper War. They were elegant, curved like the petals of a flower, yet built with the same hardened alloy that had shrugged off the forge's fire. The Kalo chronicler stood beside her, his translucent skin shimmering in the artificial light. He noted that the humans were no longer building shields. They were building sensors. They were building engines that could fold space like paper. He asked her why they were heading for the Andromeda Void when their own galaxy was finally quiet. She told him that quiet was not the same thing as peace. She said that the Reapers had been a gardener who only knew how to prune. They had left behind 1,000 half-dead worlds and 1,000,000 broken lineages. She explained that the humans had realized the Milky Way was a house with too many ghosts. To truly understand what it meant to be the masters of the dark, they had to see if the dark was the same everywhere else. The first of the new ships was named the Clarion. It was a vessel of science and memory. Its core contained the digitized libraries of the Auros and the Volta, the fragments of history that the humans had pulled from the event horizon of the galactic center. The engineer said that they were not just explorers, they were couriers. They were bringing the stories of the dead to the ears of the living. As the Clarion prepared for its maiden jump, the earth below was a hive of activity. The old radio towers that had once broadcasted the defiant song were being replaced by subspace arrays. The humans were no longer shouting into the wind, they were weaving a web across the stars. They called it the Aegis. It was a communication network that would ensure no civilization would ever have to face the dark alone again. The chronicler recorded the departure of the Clarion with a sense of profound displacement. He wrote that his people had spent their entire history trying to be invisible. They had evolved to blend into the background radiation of the universe. To see a species move with such deliberate, luminous intent was like watching a star decide to walk across the sky. He wrote that the humans did not fear being seen because they had already seen the worst the universe had to offer and had broken its teeth. The journey to the edge of the galactic rim took months. During the transit, the engineer and the chronicler spent hours in the archives. They looked at the images of the worlds the Reapers had harvested. There were cities built into the clouds of gas giants and civilizations that lived in the heat vents of frozen moons. The engineer said that the Reapers had targeted complexity. They hated anything they could not predict. She told the chronicler that the human answer to the stars was a celebration of the unpredictable. When they reached the great void, the space between galaxies where the light of stars is a dim, distant memory, the crew of the Clarion felt a new kind of pressure. It was the weight of nothingness. There were no planets to hide behind, no nebulae to mask their heat signatures. They were a lone spark in a desert of infinite black. The captain of the Clarion, a veteran of the Battle of the Forge named Marcus, did not hesitate. He ordered the ship to full power. He said that if something was out there in the void, he wanted it to see them coming. He wanted them to know that the silence had been broken. They traveled for years in the deep dark. The humans did not grow restless. They had spent their history fighting for inches of dirt. A few million light years of vacuum was just a matter of patience. They spent the time refining their technology, turning the ship into a living laboratory. They learned how to harvest energy from the vacuum itself, a trick they had teased out of the wreckage of a Reaper dreadnought. Then the sensors picked up a flicker. It wasn't a ship. It wasn't a star. It was a pulse, rhythmic and weak, coming from a rogue planet drifting in the intergalactic wasteland. The planet was a wanderer, a world kicked out of its home galaxy eons ago, doomed to wander the empty spaces forever. The engineer felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the deck. She said that nothing should be alive out here. The chronicler agreed, noting that without a sun, life was a physical impossibility. But the pulse continued. It was a signal in a language that was not binary or mathematical. It was a signal of light, a bioluminescent flash that mirrored the heartbeat of the humans. As the Clarion moved into orbit around the rogue world, they saw that the planet was not a rock. It was a shell, a massive organic structure the size of a small moon covered in glowing veins of blue and violet. It was a life form, or perhaps a city that had become one. The engineer led the away team. They wore suits designed for the absolute zero of the void. When they touched the surface of the world, the ground beneath them rippled. It wasn't hostile, it was curious. They found the entrance in a valley of frozen glass. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of ozone and ancient earth. There were no machines here. There were only forests of glowing filaments and pools of liquid light, and in the center of the great hall there were the inhabitants. They were small, frail beings with skin like parchment and eyes that held the depth of the void. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. They projected their thoughts into the air, a kaleidoscope of images and emotions. The chronicler wept when he felt their minds. He told the engineer that these were the remnant. They were a species that had fled the Reapers 3 cycles ago. They had built this world ship and cast themselves into the void, choosing the slow death of the dark over the quick death of the harvest. They had been hiding in the empty spaces for 300 million years. The leader of the remnant stepped forward. It looked at the humans, at their metal suits and their scarred faces. It projected a single image, a Reaper ship burning in the atmosphere of a red dwarf. The engineer realized that they had seen the explosion of the forge. The light of the humans' victory had traveled across the void, a beacon of fire that had reached even this lonely wanderer. The remnant leader projected a question. It was a question of fear. It asked if the hunters were still coming. The engineer knelt on the glowing floor. She took off her helmet, defying the protocols of the mission. She breathed the ancient, recycled air and looked the alien in the eye. She said that the hunters were dead. She said that the humans had broken the scythes. The alien didn't believe her at first. It had known only fear for millions of generations. It had forgotten what it was like to exist without the shadow of the Reaper over its shoulder. The engineer reached into her pack and pulled out a small device. It was a projector. She turned it on and the air was filled with the music of Earth. It was the same song that had been broadcast from the radio towers of Geneva. It was a song of triumph, of messy, loud, beautiful life. She told the remnant that they didn't have to hide anymore. She said that the humans were building a path back to the light. She offered them a place in the Aegis. She offered them the protection of the fleet. The chronicler watched as the remnant leader touched the engineer's hand. He saw the blue veins of the world ship flare with a sudden, blinding brilliance. The planet ship began to turn. It began to accelerate not away from the galaxies but toward them. The chronicler wrote that this was the moment the human era truly began. It wasn't when they destroyed the forge. It wasn't when they hunted the last reaper. It was when they reached into the deepest, coldest part of the universe and pulled a dying spark back from the brink. He wrote that the Kalo had been wrong to call the human message a mistake. The message was the only thing that mattered. It was the proof that life was not a fleeting accident but a persistent, stubborn flame. As the Clarion and the world ship traveled back toward the Milky Way, the engineer stood at the viewport. She looked at the distant smear of the Andromeda galaxy. She knew that there were more wanderers out there. There were more ghosts waiting to be brought home. She turned to the chronicler and asked him if he was ready for the next chapter. He looked at his book, filled with the tragedies of 1 billion years, and then at the glowing world ship sailing alongside them. He said that he was tired of writing about the end of things. He said he wanted to write about the beginning. She nodded. She said that the stars were no longer a warning. They were an invitation. And for the first time in history, there was no one left to say no. The human fleet grew. Every year, more ships left the Sol system. They didn't carry weapons of mass destruction. They carried terraforming equipment and medical supplies. They went to the dead worlds, the gray tombs left by the Reapers, and they began the long, slow process of waking them up. They seeded the atmospheres, they jump-started the tectonic plates, they brought the water back to the oceans, they became the architects of a second Genesis. The engineer became a legend, a figure of myth who had stood at the center of the fire and come out cold as steel. But she didn't want the glory. She spent her final years on a small, green planet in the Orion Nebula, a world that had once been ash and was now a forest. She sat on a porch overlooking a valley of silver trees, watching the lights of the transport ships crossing the sky. She wasn't looking for enemies, she was looking for friends. The chronicler stayed with her until the end. He finished his great work, a history of the galaxy that spanned from the first harvest to the day the humans broke the cycle. He titled the final volume The Answered Prayer. In his final entry, he wrote that the universe is a dark forest and it is full of monsters. But he also wrote that the humans had taught the galaxy a secret. The monsters are only powerful as long as you are afraid of them. Once you decide to fight, once you decide to speak, the forest isn't a place of fear anymore. It's just a place that needs more light. He wrote that the Great Silence was a choice and the humans had chosen to end it. They had rewritten the laws of the dark not with magic or divinity, but with the simple, brutal refusal to go quietly. As the engineer passed away, the music of Earth was still playing on every frequency in every corner of the galaxy. It was a song that would never end, a melody that told the stars exactly who we were. We were the ones who answered, we were the ones who stayed, and we were the ones who made the dark afraid of us. The stars didn't warn us anymore. They just watched, silent and bright, as the human fire spread from one edge of the void to the other, turning the dark forest into a home. The Clarion did not return to the Milky Way alone. Behind it, the massive, pulsing world ship of the Remnant followed like a slow-moving moon, its bioluminescent veins throbbing with a newfound rhythm. They were crossing the intergalactic bridge, a stretch of nothingness that had once been a graveyard for those who fled. Now, it was a highway. The lead engineer spent her days in the machine shop of the Clarion, her hands stained with the grease of a dozen different civilizations. She was no longer just fixing human tech. She was grafting remnant organic fibers onto human cooling systems. She was teaching the machines how to breathe. The Kalo chronicler often sat in the corner, his digital stylus scratching against a tablet that hummed with the energy of a captured star. He told her that the Remnant were terrified of the Milky Way. He said they remembered the galaxy as a place of screaming metal and dying suns. They didn't understand that the fire had gone out. The engineer wiped her brow with a rag. She told him that memory was a heavy thing to carry for 300 million years. She said that the humans would give them a world where they could finally set that weight down. She had already picked it out, a moon orbiting a gas giant in the Epsilon Eridani system. It was a place of constant tide and soft light, shielded from the harsh radiation of the open sky. As they crossed the threshold back into the galactic rim, the sensors of the Clarion began to scream. It wasn't a warning of an attack. It was the sound of a billion voices. The Aegis was working. The subspace arrays the humans had built were no longer just broadcasting the song of Earth. They were relaying the voices of the survivors. The Oros, who had been hiding in the crust of a dead planet, were singing hymns of reclamation. The Volta, once reduced to a few thousand refugees, were broadcasting blueprints for atmospheric processors. The galaxy was no longer a silent forest. It was a construction site. The captain of the Clarion, Marcus, called the engineer to the bridge. He pointed to the holographic display. A fleet was approaching. It wasn't a Reaper fleet. It was a motley collection of ships, human cruisers, Kalo scouts, and ancient vessels of unknown origin that looked like shards of obsidian. "They aren't here to fight," Marcus said. His voice was raspy, a reminder of the smoke he had inhaled during the fall of the Forge. "They're here to escort the guests home." The engineer watched as the fleet formed a protective ring around the remnant world ship. There were no demands for identification. There were no threats. There was only a synchronized pulse of light from every ship in the fleet, a universal signal of welcome. The chronicler recorded this moment with a shaking hand. He wrote that for the first time in the history of the universe, a superior force had met a weaker one and offered a hand instead of a blade. He wrote that the great silence had been replaced by the great chorus. The transition to the Epsilon moon took weeks. The humans worked alongside the remnant, their bulky environmental suits moving in sync with the delicate, translucent limbs of the aliens. They built cities that grew out of the ground like trees. They installed filters that turned the toxic methane of the moon into breathable air. When the first remnant child stepped out onto the surface of the new world without a mask, the engineer was there. She watched as the small creature looked up at the gas giant hanging in the sky. The child didn't flinch. It didn't hide. It reached out a hand, trying to touch the light. The engineer felt a lump in her throat. She realized that this was why they had fought, not for the glory of Earth and not for the destruction of the Reapers. They had fought so that a child from a dead era could look at a star and feel warmth instead of fear. But the peace was not without its shadows. In the dark corners of the galaxy, the wreckage of the Reaper fleet still drifted. Some of the machines were not entirely dead. They were husks, their processors shattered, but their base programming remained. They were like wounded sharks snapping at anything that came too close. A distress signal reached the Clarion from a mining colony on the edge of the Perseus Arm. A scavenger crew had accidentally activated a dormant Reaper harvester. The machine had begun to process the colony, turning the living into raw materials for a repair cycle that would never be finished. Marcus didn't wait for orders from Earth. He turned the Clarion toward the signal. The engineer went to the armory. She didn't pick up a rifle. She picked up a data spike, a weapon designed to inject a virus into the Reaper's core, a virus that would force the machine to experience the memories of every soul it had ever harvested. When they arrived at the colony, the scene was a nightmare. The harvester was a towering mass of black metal, its beams cutting through the prefab buildings like a hot wire through wax. The colonists were huddled in the mines, their screams echoing over the comms. The engineer didn't feel fear. She felt a cold, sharp anger. She told Marcus to get her close. The Clarion dived into the atmosphere, its shields flaring as they hit the Reaper's defensive perimeter. The engineer launched in a high-speed boarding pod. She slammed into the side of the harvester, her boots magnetized to the hull. She crawled through the vents of the machine, the metal beneath her feet moaning in a language she now understood. It was the sound of 1,000,000,000,000 trapped ghosts. She reached the central processing core, a sphere of liquid silver that pulsed with a sickly green light. She didn't just plant the spike, she plugged her own neural interface into the machine. The chronicler, watching from the ship, saw the engineer's vitals spike. He screamed for her to disconnect, but she didn't hear him. She was inside the Reaper's mind. She saw the cycles. She saw the rise and fall of civilizations she had never heard of. She saw the Reaper's creators, a race of beings who had been so afraid of death that they had turned themselves into a machine that could never die but could never truly live. They were the original cowards. They were the ones who had started the silence because they couldn't stand the noise of others. The engineer pushed back. She didn't use fire. She used the memory of the remnant child. She used the sound of the children playing in the ruins of New York. She used the song of the stars. She told the machine that it was over. She told it that the dark was full and there was no more room for it. The harvester shuddered. The green light in the core turned white, then vanished. The massive machine simply stopped. Its limbs went limp and it collapsed into the dirt of the colony, a hollow shell of nothing. When the rescue teams pulled the engineer out, she was pale and her hair had turned white. She looked at Marcus and told him that the machines weren't evil. They were just lonely. They were a species that had forgotten how to say hello, so they had learned how to say goodbye. The chronicler wrote that this was the final victory. The humans hadn't just killed the monsters, they had understood them. And in understanding them, they had ensured that the cycle could never begin again. Years passed. The engineer retired to her forest on the Orion Nebula. She spent her days teaching the local children how to build radios. She told them that the most important part of any machine wasn't the engine or the weapon. It was the antenna. It was the part that listened. The chronicler stayed by her side, his book growing thicker every year. He wrote about the first contact with the beings of the Andromeda Void, not a war, but a trade agreement. He wrote about the day the Kalo finally stepped out of their cloaked cities and walked in the sun. One evening, as the twin suns of the nebula set, the engineer looked up at the sky. A new fleet was departing. It was the largest one yet. It wasn't headed for a nearby star. It was headed for the great attractor, the center of the local supercluster. They were going to find the source of the universe's oldest questions. The chronicler asked her if she thought they would find anything. She smiled, her eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 distant suns. She said that it didn't matter what they found. What mattered was that they were looking. She said that for the first time in the history of time, the galaxy wasn't holding its breath, it was breathing deep. The chronicler picked up his pen. He thought about the day the humans had first answered the stars. He thought about the fear and the fire and the blood. And then he thought about the silence that had followed, not the silence of the grave, but the silence of a theater before the play begins. He wrote the final words of his chronicle. He wrote that we once thought the stars were cold and distant. We thought they were watching us, waiting for us to make a mistake so they could snuff us out. He wrote that we were wrong. The stars were just waiting for us to grow up. They were waiting for us to realize that the dark isn't a predator, it's a canvas. And the humans, with their loud voices and their broken hearts and their stubborn, beautiful lives, had finally started to paint. The chronicler closed the book. He looked at the engineer who had fallen into a quiet, peaceful sleep in her chair. He looked at the sky where the engines of the new fleet were carving lines of gold through the purple clouds of the nebula. He didn't feel like a chronicler anymore. He didn't feel like an alien. He felt like a part of something that would never end. He stood up and walked to the edge of the porch. He took a deep breath of the cool forest air, and then, at the top of his lungs, he shouted a greeting into the night. He didn't shout a warning. He didn't shout a plea for mercy. He just shouted his name. And for the first time in his life, the stars didn't just watch. They seemed to shimmer in response, a billion distant lights nodding in the dark. The era of the hidden was gone. The era of the herd had begun. The humans had answered the stars, and the stars had finally answered back. The message was simple, carried on the solar winds and the subspace ripples of 1,000 worlds. It wasn't a command, it wasn't a threat. It was a welcome home. The engineer's breathing slowed as the night deepened. Her work was done. The machines were quiet, the ghosts were at rest, and the children were no longer afraid of the dark. As the last of the scout ships vanished into the jump point, leaving only a trail of stardust behind, the chronicler realized that the story of the Great Silence was over. A new story was beginning, a story where the dark was not a wall but a doorway, a story where the stars were not judges but neighbors. And as he watched the lights of the galaxy swirl in the deep velvet sky, he knew that it was going to be a very long, very beautiful book. The galaxy was no longer a place of terror, it was a place of potential. The humans had kicked the door open and they had invited everyone else to walk through it with them. The dark was gone, the light was everywhere. And for the first time since the beginning of time, the universe was finally, truly awake. The transition from the era of the Great Silence to the era of the Great Chorus was not a seamless shift. It was a grinding, mechanical evolution that required the labor of trillions. The engineer, though her physical body had eventually succumbed to the weight of her years on the Orion world, had left behind a blueprint that was more than just schematics for engines. She had left a philosophy of connectivity. The Clarion, now a relic of the first contact, was decommissioned and turned into a floating museum above the ruins of the forge. It hung there in the vacuum, a silent sentinel over the graveyard of the machines that had once tried to eat the galaxy. Marcus, the captain who had seen the fires of the harvest firsthand, did not retire to a green world. He stayed in the void. He took command of the first intergalactic relay station, a massive ring of gold and carbon fiber that sat at the very edge of the Milky Way's gravity well. He stood on the observation deck, watching the construction of the bridge. It was a project that would take 1,000 years to complete, a chain of stabilized wormholes and signal boosters that would link our galaxy to Andromeda, and then to the Triangulum. We were no longer content with our own backyard. The humans had decided that if the universe was a dark forest, we would build a highway through the center of it, lined with lanterns that would never go out. The Kalo chronicler, in his final years, watched the first of these lanterns ignite. He sat in his study, surrounded by the physical books he had grown to prefer over digital tablets. He wrote that the human spirit was like a virus, but a benevolent one. It did not consume the host, it rewrote the host's DNA to survive the cold. He noted that the Oros had begun to build glass cities on the surface of their worlds, no longer afraid of the sky. The Volta had stopped encrypting their transmissions. The galaxy was leaking light and sound in every direction, a beacon to any other wanderers who might be shivering in the deep. But the deep was not empty, and it was not entirely friendly. Beyond the reach of the human relays, in the void between the clusters, something had noticed the noise. It was not the Reapers. The Reapers had been a localized infection, a planetary-scale immune response gone wrong. What lived in the Great Void was something older, something that had existed before the first stars had even coalesced from the primal gas. Marcus was the first to see the distortion. It appeared on the long-range gravitational sensors as a dip in the fabric of space, a hole that didn't move like a black hole. It moved like a predator. It was a shadow that swallowed the light of distant quasars, a silence so profound that it began to dampen the Aegis broadcasts. He sent a priority burst to the Sol command. He told them that the forest had a master and the master was coming to see who was making all the noise. The response from Earth was not one of panic. It was a call to arms, but not the kind of arms the Reapers had used. The humans didn't build bigger bombs, they built bigger ears. They diverted the power from the terraforming arrays on 1,000 worlds and funneled it into the planetary cores. They turned the planets themselves into resonators. If the shadow wanted silence, the humans would give it a scream that would shake the foundations of reality. The engineer's successor, a young woman named Alara who had been raised in the shadow of the world ship, arrived at the relay station. She brought with her the last of the remnants' technology, the harmonic oscillators that could vibrate the very strings of the universe. She met Marcus on the deck, her eyes reflecting the growing darkness on the horizon. She said that the shadow was not an entity. It was a vacuum, a remnant of the universe's birth that sought to return everything to a state of perfect, frozen equilibrium. It was the ultimate entropy. It had been drawn to the Milky Way because the humans had reversed the flow of death. We were a hot spot in a cooling universe, and the vacuum wanted to level the temperature. Marcus asked if we could fight a vacuum. Ilara looked at the stars, which were beginning to flicker as the shadow approached. She said that we couldn't stab it and we couldn't burn it, but we could fill it. She explained that the shadow survived by absorbing energy and turning it into nothingness. If we gave it more energy than it could process, if we overloaded the void with the sheer data of our existence, it would have to move on or be consumed by the very life it tried to extinguish. The plan was called the Resonant Heart. Every ship in the human fleet, every colony on every moon, and every survivor of the old races was given a frequency. It wasn't a military code. It was a recording of a heartbeat, a song, a laugh, a cry of grief. It was the raw data of living. As the shadow reached the edge of the Uit cloud, the galaxy went quiet for one final second. It was a moment of collective breath-holding. Then the humans spoke. The broadcast didn't just travel through subspace, it rippled through the physical matter of the galaxy. The stars themselves began to pulse in time with the human heartbeats. The shadow hit the wall of sound and light and recoiled. It wasn't a physical impact, but a conceptual one. The void met the fullness of a billion lives and found that it could not swallow them all. Marcus watched as the distortion on the sensors began to break apart. The shadow didn't vanish, but it retreated, curling back into the intergalactic dark like a whipped dog. It had found a place where the darkness was no longer a home, but a besieged territory. Alara stood by the console, her hands trembling. She said that we hadn't just saved ourselves. We had changed the nature of the universe. We had proven that life was not a fluke of chemistry, but a fundamental force of physics, as strong as gravity and as persistent as time. The chronicler, in his very last entry, wrote that the humans had finally answered the ultimate question. The question wasn't whether we were alone. The question was whether we were loud enough to be heard. He died that night, a smile on his face, listening to the hum of the relay station as it pumped the news of the victory to the furthest reaches of the spiral arm. The humans didn't stop at the edge of the galaxy. With the shadow gone and the bridge nearly complete, they looked toward the next horizon. They knew that there were other forests, other shadows, and other lonely voices waiting in the dark. The engineer's forest on Orion continued to grow, its silver trees reaching higher every year. The children who played there didn't look at the stars with fear. They looked at them with hunger. They knew that each of those lights was a destination, a potential friend, a new verse in the song that would never end. We were the ones who stayed. We were the ones who spoke. And as the human fire spread across the void, the universe finally understood that the dark was not something to be feared. It was simply the space between the lights waiting for us to fill it. The message was no longer a warning, it was a promise. And for the first time in the history of the stars, the promise was being kept. The ships moved out, their engines glowing like embers against the velvet night. They didn't carry the weight of the past, they carried the light of the future. And as they crossed the threshold into the great unknown, they left behind a galaxy that was no longer a graveyard but a garden. The stars didn't warn us anymore, they welcomed us. And we, the stubborn, loud, and beautiful architects of the second Genesis, walked into the light with our heads held high, ready to tell the rest of the universe exactly who we were. We were the answer, and we were just getting started. The victory over the shadow was not the end of the struggle, it was the beginning of the great expansion. If the Reaper had been a broken tool and the shadow had been a cosmic vacuum, the humans realized that the universe was not merely indifferent, it was fragile. The resonant heart had pushed back the darkness, but it had also cracked the ancient, silent treaties that held the local cluster together. Marcus stayed on the relay station for 3 more years after the shadow retreated. He watched the telemetry from the edge of the void, seeing the way the light of distant galaxies seemed to shiver. The humans had not just made noise, they had changed the frequency of the Milky Way. Other things were starting to wake up, not monsters but survivors. The first of these were the Hallowed. They appeared not as ships but as shifts in the light around the star system of Vega. They were beings of pure information, remnants of a civilization that had uploaded itself into the background radiation of the universe to escape the Reapers eons ago. They had been hiding in the static, waiting for a signal that was loud enough to drown out the predatory drones. When the Hallowed manifested, they didn't use radio waves. They spoke directly into the minds of the crew on the relay station. Marcus felt a cold, geometric pressure in his skull. The Hallowed told him that the humans were reckless. They said that by lighting the fire, the humans had invited the moths, but they had also invited the wolves that hunted the moths. Marcus didn't flinch. He told the presence in his mind that the humans were tired of sitting in the dark. He said that if the wolves were coming, the humans would simply have to build a bigger fence. The Hallowed didn't understand the concept of a fence. To them, the universe was a mathematical equation that had to be balanced. The humans were a variable that refused to stay in its box. They warned Marcus that the great attractor was not just a gravitational point. It was a drain, and something was stuck in the pipe. On the Orion world, Alara took up the mantle of the engineer. She didn't stay in the forest. She went to the moon of the nebula, where the gravity was low enough to build the massive particle accelerators needed to probe the deeper layers of space-time. She was obsessed with what the Hallowed had said. If something was stuck in the great attractor, it meant the expansion of the universe was being throttled. She worked day and night, her hands stained with the oils of machines that shouldn't exist. She was building a needle. It was a ship, thin and long, made of a material that could withstand the crushing force of a singularity. She called it the Piercer. It wasn't meant for war, it was meant to go where the light couldn't reach. The chronicler's successor, a young Kalo named Kael'thas, watched her work. He asked her if she was afraid of what she might find at the center of the cluster. Ilara looked at him, her eyes bright with a feverish intensity. She said that she wasn't afraid of what was there. She was afraid of what would happen if they didn't go. She said that the silence was returning, but this time it wasn't coming from the outside. It was coming from the center. The stars in the inner rim were beginning to vanish. Not exploding, not fading, but simply winking out of existence as if someone had turned off a lamp. The Hallowed called it the stillness. It was the opposite of the shadow. Where the shadow wanted to consume, the stillness wanted to pause. It was a cosmic stagnation that was spreading outward from the great attractor. The human fleet gathered at the edge of the inner rim. It was a sight that would have been impossible a century ago. Ships of human design, blocky and functional, flew alongside the elegant, translucent spires of the Kalo and the heavy, armored shells of the Oros. They were a united front, but they were facing an enemy they couldn't see. Marcus took the Clarion out of its museum moorings. He said that a ship that had seen the beginning of the end should be there for the end of the beginning. He joined Ilara on the Piercer as it prepared to launch into the heart of the stillness. As they crossed the threshold of the inner rim, the comms went dead. The stars behind them became blurred, stretched out into long ribbons of white light. The space in front of them was a wall of absolute gray. There was no heat, no cold, no vibration. It was the sound of a heart that had stopped beating. Inside the Piercer, the crew felt the weight of the stagnation. Every movement felt like pushing through thick syrup. Thoughts came slowly. Ilara had to use the neural interface just to keep her lungs moving. She told Marcus that the stillness was a field of high-density probability. It was a place where every possible future had happened at once, canceling each other out. They reached the great attractor. It wasn't a black hole, it was a machine. It was a structure the size of a solar system, a series of concentric rings made of a material that looked like frozen light. At the center of the rings was a sphere of perfect darkness. This was the source of the stillness. It was a cosmic reset button left behind by the very first architects of the universe. The Hallowed appeared on the bridge of the Piercer, their forms flickering like bad television reception. They said that the machine had been triggered by the resonant heart. The noise the humans had made was too loud. The universe's safety protocols had been activated. The machine was preparing to wipe the slate clean and start over with a new Big Bang. Marcus looked at the sphere. He asked if there was a way to stop it. The Hallowed said that there was only one way. Someone had to go into the sphere and provide a reason for the universe to continue. They had to prove that the current cycle was worth saving. It wasn't a matter of logic or math. It was a matter of essence. Ilara stood up. She said that she would go. She had spent her life studying the way things were put together. She knew the song of the stars better than anyone. She said that she would carry the memories of the forest, the sound of the children playing, and the weight of the billions of lives that were currently frozen in the stillness. Marcus tried to stop her, but she smiled at him. She said that the engineer's job was never finished until the engine was running smoothly. She stepped into the airlock, wearing nothing but a simple pressure suit and the data spike she had inherited from her predecessor. She didn't fly a pod, she simply stepped out into the void. The gravity of the sphere pulled her in instantly. As she crossed the event horizon, the piercer was hit by a wave of pure, unadulterated information. It wasn't a scream this time. It was a conversation. Alara was inside the mind of the universe. She saw the first spark. She saw the cooling of the gases. She saw the long, lonely billions of years before life had even been a possibility. And then she saw the humans. She saw them crawling out of the mud, looking at the moon and wondering if they could reach it. She showed the machine the tragedy of the reapers. She showed it the cowardice of the creators who had turned themselves into metal. But then she showed it the way the humans had forgiven them. She showed it the way Marcus had spared the drones. She showed it the way the Kalo had learned to walk in the sun. She told the machine that the universe wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a failed experiment that needed to be erased. It was a story that was only halfway through the first chapter. The rings of the great attractor began to spin. The gray wall of the stillness started to crack. On the bridge of the piercer, Marcus watched as the sensors went wild. The darkness at the center of the rings turned into a brilliant, blinding gold. The pressure in his head vanished, replaced by a feeling of profound peace. Alara's voice came over the comms one last time. She didn't sound afraid. She sounded like she was coming home. She said that the stars weren't waiting for us to grow up. They were waiting for us to take the lead. The sphere exploded. It wasn't a destructive blast. It was a wave of creative energy that swept through the inner rim, reigniting the vanished stars and pushing the boundaries of the galaxy further than they had ever been. The stillness was gone. The expansion had resumed, but it was different now. It was faster, warmer. The piercer was thrown back into normal space. Marcus searched for any sign of Alara, but the sphere was gone. In its place was a new nebula, a cloud of gold and violet gas that shaped itself into the faint outline of a hand reaching for the deep. The hallowed vanished, their purpose fulfilled. They left behind a final message carved into the hull of the piercer in a language that everyone could understand. It said that the cycle was broken. The reset was canceled. The universe was now officially under new management. Marcus returned to Earth as a hero, but he didn't stay. He spent his remaining years traveling from world to world, telling the story of the woman who had talked to the heart of the world. He told the children that the dark was gone because someone had been brave enough to walk into it and turn on the lights. Kael'thas finished the chronicle. He wrote that the humans had done the impossible. They had not only survived the silence, they had convinced the universe to keep going. He wrote that the Great Chorus was no longer just a dream. It was the new reality. The bridge to Andromeda was finished within the century. The first ships to cross the gap didn't find monsters. They found other civilizations that had been hiding in their own versions of the stillness, waiting for someone to show them the way out. The humans became the teachers. They taught the galaxy how to be loud. They taught the stars how to breathe. And in the Orion forest on the world where the first engineer had retired, a new generation of children looked up at the golden nebula in the sky. They didn't see a threat. They didn't see a mystery. They saw a map. The story of the Great Silence was a legend now, a tale told to remind people of how far they had come. The era of the herd had evolved into the era of the together. The universe was no longer a cold, distant place. It was a home, and as the human ships pushed further and further into the infinite, carrying the light of 1 billion suns with them, they knew that they would never be alone again. The dark was full of friends they hadn't met yet. The stars were no longer warnings, they were invitations. And the humans, with their loud voices and their broken hearts and their infinite, beautiful curiosity, were more than happy to accept. The final words of the chronicle were not a conclusion, but a dedication. They were for the ones who listened, they were for the ones who spoke, and they were for the ones who were brave enough to answer the stars when the stars finally asked for help. The galaxy was awake, the lights were on, and the play was finally truly beginning. The golden nebula that replaced the great attractor did not merely sit as a monument to Alara's sacrifice. It began to breathe. It sent out pulses of creative radiation that acted like a gardener's touch on the surrounding systems. Barren rocks began to sweat moisture from their cores. Gas giants stabilized their stormy belts into harmonious rings. The universe was no longer a machine trying to reset itself. It was a living organism that had been given a second chance by a species that refused to be quiet. Marcus sat in the observation lounge of the Clarion, his eyes fixed on the shimmering violet hues of the new sector. He was an old man now, the lines on his face carved by the radiation of 12 different suns and the weight of 1,000 decisions. He watched as a swarm of construction drones, piloted by a combined crew of humans and Kalo, began to lay the foundations for the first intergalactic gate. They weren't just building a door, they were building a handshake. A young ensign approached him, her boots clicking softly on the deck plating. She didn't speak at first, sensing the gravity of his silence. Finally, she asked if it was true that the shadow had once been so large it could swallow a sun. Marcus didn't look away from the window. He told her that the shadow was never as big as our fear of it. He said that the void only grows when you stop looking at it. The ensign looked at the golden nebula. She asked if Alara was still in there somewhere. Marcus finally turned, a small, tired smile playing on his lips. He said that she wasn't just in the nebula. She was in the way the light hit the hull. She was in the oxygen they breathed and the code that ran the ship. He explained that when you give yourself to the universe, you don't disappear. You just become part of the background noise that keeps the stars from falling down. The peace, however, was not a stagnant thing. As the great expansion accelerated, the humans encountered the first true remnants of the precursors, the ones who had built the Reapers and then fled into the dimensional folds. They weren't the gods the ancient legends suggested. They were a terrified, withered race called the Vol. The Vol didn't arrive in warships. They arrived in lifeboats. Their ships were translucent, like the shed skins of insects drifting into the Milky Way from the void between galaxies. They were dying. Their technology, which had once commanded the fundamental forces of gravity and time, was failing because it had been designed for a universe that was supposed to be dead. By restarting the expansion, Illyra had changed the physics of reality, and the Vol's stagnant existence was no longer compatible with the new, vibrant flow of time. When the first Vol delegation was brought aboard the relay station, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The Kalo wanted retribution for the eons of fear the Reapers had caused. The Oros wanted to strip the Vol ships for their ancient secrets. But the humans, led by Marcus, simply offered them water and medical supplies. The lead Vol, a spindly creature whose skin looked like parchment stretched over light, looked at Marcus with eyes that had seen the birth of the galaxy. It spoke through a translator that crackled with the static of 1 billion years. It said that the humans were fools. It said that by waking the universe, they had invited a hunger that even the stillness could not contain. Marcus leaned forward, his hands resting on the table. He told the Vol that they had spent too long hiding in the cellar. He said that the hunger they feared was just the appetite of a growing world. He asked the Vol why they had created the Reapers in the first place. The creature's light dimmed. It explained that they were afraid of being forgotten. They thought that if they silenced everything else, their own song would be the only one left. They didn't realize that a song with only one note is just a hum, and a hum is just another form of silence. Marcus realized then that the Great Silence hadn't been a predatory tactic. It had been a suicide note written across the stars. The Vol had been so afraid of the end that they had tried to stop the beginning. Over the next decade, the integration of the Vol into the galactic community changed everything. They provided the blueprints for the slipstream, a method of travel that didn't just fold space, but allowed ships to ride the waves of the universe's expansion like surfers on a tide. With this technology, the trip to Andromeda was no longer a century-long voyage. It was a matter of weeks. But as the first scout ships prepared to make the jump, a signal came from the far edge of the Perseus Arm. It wasn't a human frequency, and it wasn't Vol. It was something older, something that sounded like grinding stone and rushing water. It was a distress call from the very edge of the light. The signal came from a planet called Solace. It was a world that shouldn't have existed, a rogue planet drifting in the darkness between stars, kept warm by a core of pure exotic matter. On its surface was a library, not a digital one, but a physical archive of every species that had ever been wiped out by the Reapers or the stillness. Marcus, despite his age, insisted on being part of the expedition. He took the Clarion, now retrofitted with Vol slipstream drives, and vanished into the dark. When they arrived at Solace, they found a world covered in silver dust. There were no buildings, only pillars of crystal that stretched miles into the atmosphere. Each pillar hummed with a different frequency. As the crew walked among them, they realized they weren't looking at records, they were looking at ghosts. The pillars were storage units for the consciousness of billions. The Vol hadn't just destroyed, they had archived. They had kept the essence of their victims in a state of digital purgatory, waiting for a time when the universe was safe enough for them to be reborn. The problem was the silver dust. It was a nanoscopic plague, a remnant of the shadow that had found a foothold on the rogue planet. It was slowly eating through the crystal pillars, dissolving the memories of entire civilizations into nothingness. Marcus stood before a pillar that glowed with a soft blue light. He could hear the faint, ghostly echoes of a race that had loved music and high mountains. He turned to his science officer, a young Kalo named Elen. He asked if they could transplant the data. Elen shook her head. She said that the crystals were too fragile. If they tried to move the data, the silver dust would sense the energy surge and consume everything instantly. The only way to save the library was to provide a distraction, a source of energy more tempting than the crystals. Marcus looked at the clarion hovering in the thin atmosphere above them. He knew what had to be done. The ship's core was powered by the same resonant heart technology that had pushed back the shadow. It was a beacon of life and data. He ordered the crew to evacuate to the surface. He told them to take the portable stabilizers and protect the pillars. He said that he would take the clarion up and vent the core. The crew protested. They said he wouldn't survive the feedback loop. Marcus didn't argue. He told them that he had lived long enough to see the stars turn from enemies into friends. He said that an old man's life was a small price to pay for the rebirth of 1,000 worlds. As the crew scrambled into the shuttles, Marcus sat in the captain's chair. He felt the ship vibrate as the silver dust began to rise from the ground, drawn to the heat of the Clarion's engines. It looked like a storm of metallic locusts blocking out the light of the distant stars. He initiated the core vent. The Clarion didn't explode. It began to sing. The resonant heart broadcasted every memory Marcus had: the smell of rain on Earth, the sound of Alara's laugh, the feeling of the sun on his face. He poured his entire life into the transmission, making it the loudest, brightest thing in the sector. The silver dust turned away from the pillars. It swarmed the Clarion, a swirling vortex of hunger and void. Marcus felt the ship beginning to tear apart, but he didn't feel pain. He felt a strange sense of completion. He was the bridge. He was the answer to the question he had been asking his whole life. On the surface, Elen and the others watched as the sky turned into a kaleidoscope of fire and silver. The pillars began to glow brighter than ever before. The data wasn't just being protected, it was being uploaded into the golden nebula that Alara had created. The two monuments were connecting across the light years, forming a network of life that could never be broken. The Clarion vanished in a flash of pure white light. The silver dust, having consumed the concentrated energy of a human life and a starship's heart, simply ceased to be. It had been overloaded by the sheer weight of existence. Solace was silent once more, but the pillars were no longer cold. They were pulsing in time with the golden nebula. The ghosts were waking up. In the months that followed, the first of the archived species began to take physical form. They were grown in biovats designed by the Vol and the humans. their consciousnesses downloaded into new, healthy bodies. The galaxy was suddenly filled with voices that hadn't been heard in millions of years. The great chorus was no longer a metaphor. It was a cacophony. There were the lithos who spoke in vibrations through the ground, the Aryans who sang through the membranes of their wings, and a dozen others who brought with them technologies and philosophies that the humans could barely grasp. But the humans remained the center of it all, not because they were the strongest or the oldest, but because they were the ones who had dared to care. They were the ones who had looked at a dying universe and decided it was worth a fight. Cael'thas the Chronicler sat in the new library on Solace. He was writing the final chapter of the second Genesis. He wrote that Marcus and Alara were not gone. They were the two poles of the new reality, the heart and the mind, the light and the song. He looked out the window at the silver plains of Solace, which were now being planted with the silver trees from the Orion forest. The children of a dozen different species were playing among the saplings. They didn't speak the same language, but they understood the game. They were building something together. The bridge to Andromeda was finally opened. The first ship to pass through was named the Marcus. It didn't carry weapons. It carried seeds and instruments and a recording of a human heartbeat. As the ship emerged on the other side of the void, it was met by a fleet of ships that looked like nothing the humans had ever seen. They were made of living coral and light. They didn't fire. They didn't hide. They sent a signal. It was simple, clear, and filled with a warmth that traveled across the vacuum. The signal said, "We heard you. We've been waiting." The universe was no longer a dark forest. It was a city, and the lights were staying on. The humans had answered the stars, and for the first time, the stars were answering back. The era of the lonely was over. The era of the many had begun. And as the Marcus moved forward into the new galaxy, the crew looked at the screen and saw not a void, but a horizon. They weren't afraid of what lay beyond. They were curious. And in the heart of the golden nebula, a faint pulse of light flickered, as if a woman was smiling at the progress they had made. The story was no longer about survival. It was about what you do once you've survived. It was about the beauty of the noise, the strength of the song, and the infinite possibilities of a universe that had finally learned how to speak. We were the answer, the chronicle concluded, and the answer was love. The screen flickered to black, leaving only the reflection of the stars in the eyes of the reader. The message was clear. The dark is only as big as we let it be, and as long as there is one voice left to speak, the universe will never truly be silent again. The Marcus did not drift, it surged. The ship was a needle of white alloy and vol glass stitching the fabric of two galaxies together. Inside the command deck, Commander Eris Thorne watched the telemetry of the Andromeda approach. She was the granddaughter of a woman who had once hidden in a lunar bunker, praying the Reapers would pass Earth by. Now, Eris was the one seeking the unknown. The living coral ships of the Andromedan Collective did not move like human vessels. They drifted in shoals, their hulls pulsing with bioluminescent signals that mimicked the rhythmic blinking of deep-sea creatures. There was no radio silence. There was no static. Instead, the bridge of the Marcus began to fill with a low, melodic hum that vibrated in the marrow of the crew's bones. The translation matrix struggled for a moment, then stabilized. It didn't produce text on a screen, it produced images in the mind. Eris saw a vast, interconnected reef that spanned 1,000 solar systems. She felt the collective grief of 1 billion years of isolation, followed by a sudden, piercing joy. "They are calling us the Echoes," the linguistic officer said, his voice trembling. He explained that the Andromedans had heard the great chorus from across the void. They had felt the moment the great attractor turned from a drain into a fountain. Eris stepped toward the forward viewport. She told the comms officer to send the standard greeting, but to add the recording of the Orion forest at dawn. She wanted them to hear the birds. She wanted them to know what a world sounded like when it wasn't afraid to breathe. As the data burst left the Marcus, the coral ships parted. They formed a grand, shimmering corridor that led toward the heart of the Andromeda galaxy. At the center of that corridor sat a structure that defied the laws of conventional geometry. It was a Dyson shell, but it wasn't made of metal. It was a sphere of woven light and captured nebulae, housing a civilization that had outlived its own sun by becoming part of the star itself. The Vol advisors on board the Marcus fell to their knees. They whispered that these were the Keepers, the ones who had refused to hide when the stillness first began. While the Vol had fled into the folds of reality, the Keepers had stayed in the light, building a sanctuary that the Reapers could never penetrate because it was made of the very energy the Reapers sought to extinguish. The Marcus entered the shell. Inside, the laws of physics felt different, lighter, more fluid. There were no planets here, only floating continents of vegetation and water suspended in a golden atmosphere. Millions of species moved between the islands, some on wings of gossamer, others in bubbles of pressurized gas. A representative of the Keepers materialized on the bridge of the Marcus. It was not a physical being, but a projection of light that took a form Eris could understand. A tall, slender figure with eyes like spinning galaxies. It did not use a mouth to speak. It placed a hand on the main console, and suddenly every screen on the ship displayed the history of the universe. The projection showed the great silence as it truly was, a wound. It explained that the universe had been screaming for eons, but the scream was at a frequency that only the broken could hear. The humans had changed the frequency. By sacrificing their greatest and their bravest, they had tuned the universe to the key of hope. The Keeper projection turned to Eris. It said that the humans were the missing piece of the puzzle. The other races had wisdom and the Vol had power, but only the humans had the audacity to love a universe that had tried to kill them. Eris asked what happened next. She asked if the war was truly over. The Keeper showed her a vision of the far edge of the cosmos. There, the shadow was still retreating, but it was not disappearing. It was condensing into a single, massive point of density. The remnants of the stillness, the pure entropy that had once governed the stars, were gathering for one final stand. They were forming a black sun, a singularity of pure negation that threatened to pull the new expansion back into the dark. The Keeper said that the golden nebula in the Milky Way was a shield, but it was not a sword. To truly heal the universe, the light had to be carried into the very heart of the black sun. Someone had to go to the place where time ended and plant the seed of a new beginning. Eris felt a cold weight in her stomach. She realized that the journey of the Marcus was not a diplomatic mission. It was a recruitment drive. The Keepers had the light, but they lacked the physical will to cross the threshold of the singularity. They needed a vessel that could survive the crushing weight of absolute nothingness. They needed a ship built by a species that knew how to survive in the dark. The Marcus turned back toward the Milky Way, but it was no longer alone. It was followed by the coral shoals and the light weavers of Andromeda. This was the Great Migration. For the first time in the history of existence, two galaxies were moving as one. Back at the Solace Library, Kael'thas watched the sky. He saw the stars shifting, their colors bleeding into a spectrum that shouldn't exist. He knew that the final act was approaching. He gathered the children of the reborn species and told them to prepare. He said that the universe was about to have its most important conversation, and everyone needed to be ready to listen. The fleet met at the Orion Forest World. It was the designated rallying point, the place where the first engineer had dreamed of peace. Thousands of ships from 100 different civilizations filled the sky, their lights reflecting off the golden nebula above. Among them was a small, battered scout ship. It was the Piercer, the vessel Marcus had used to find the heart. It had been recovered from the debris of the Solace incident and rebuilt by the combined efforts of the Kalo and the Oros. It was empty of crew, its systems slaved to the Marcus. Eris Thorn stood on her bridge and looked at the Piercer. She knew that the scout ship would be the spearhead. It carried the combined data of the Solace Library and the life force of the Golden Nebula. It was a physical manifestation of everything the universe had learned. The fleet began the jump to the edge of the cosmos. This was not a trip through the slipstream. This was a march through the raw void. As they traveled, the stars behind them grew faint and the darkness ahead grew absolute. The black sun sat at the center of the emptiness, a hole in reality that seemed to drink the very thoughts of the crews. The pressure was immense. The vol glass on the Marcus began to crack. The coral ships of the Andromedans started to wither, their bioluminescence fading into a sickly gray. The shadow was fighting back. It sent waves of despair through the telepathic links of the fleet, whispering that life was a mistake, that the silence was the natural state of things, and that the light was just a temporary fever. Eris felt the whispers. She saw her own failures, her own fears, her own mortality. She felt the urge to turn the ship around, to go back to the warmth of the suns, but then she heard it. It was a faint, steady pulse. It wasn't coming from the engines or the comms, it was coming from the Piercer. It was the heartbeat. The recording of Marcus that had been played at the gates of Andromeda was now broadcasting at a level that bypassed the ears and went straight to the soul. It was a stubborn, rhythmic sound. It said, "I am here, I am here, I am here." The fleet rallied. The coral ships began to glow with a fierce, angry red. The Vol ships reinforced their hulls with the energy of their own fading lives. The humans gripped their consoles and refused to let go. Eris gave the order. She told the Piercer to go. The scout ship ignited. It didn't use fuel. It used the collective will of the fleet as a propellant. It became a streak of white fire, a needle of pure existence aimed at the heart of the negation. As the piercer hit the event horizon of the black sun, the universe seemed to hold its breath. The darkness didn't just resist, it screamed. The singularity warped and twisted, trying to crush the little ship into a point of zero volume. But the piercer was more than a ship, it was a memory, and memories cannot be crushed. Inside the singularity, the data from the Solace library began to unpack. The ghosts of 1,000,000 civilizations were released into the void. They didn't die, they expanded. They filled the nothingness with their songs, their histories, their languages. They turned the black sun into a prism. The light erupted. It wasn't a violent explosion, but a slow, inevitable sunrise. The singularity shattered, and from its remains, a new sector of space began to bloom. It was a place where gravity and light worked in perfect harmony, a nursery for stars that would never grow old. The shadow was gone, not pushed back, not hidden, but transformed. The entropy had been recycled into creation. Eris watched the monitors as the darkness turned into a field of violet and emerald. She saw the piercer, still intact, drifting at the center of the new nebula. It was glowing with a soft, steady radiance. The comms officer looked up, tears streaming down his face. He said that the signal was changing. It wasn't just a heartbeat anymore. Eris listened. Through the static of the new creation, she heard a voice. It wasn't Marcus and it wasn't Alara. It was a chorus of billions speaking in a single unified tongue. The voice said, "Thank you." The Marcus led the fleet into the new sector. They found that the laws of distance no longer applied. They could see the Milky Way and Andromeda as if they were just across a small pond. The universe had folded in on itself, not to collapse, but to bring everyone closer together. The great chorus reached its crescendo. Every world, every moon, every station in the known universe was now linked by the resonant heart. There were no more secrets. There was no more silence. There was only the infinite conversation of the living. Kael'thas finished the final entry of the chronicle. He didn't use a pen. He used his thoughts to etch the words into the very stars of the Orion forest. He wrote that the humans had been warned not to answer the stars. They had been told that the dark was full of monsters and that the silence was a shield. But the humans had known better. They had known that the only thing more dangerous than a monster in the dark is being the only one left to see it. He wrote that the universe was finally complete. It was no longer a collection of lonely sparks in a cold void. It was a single, blazing fire kept alive by the breath of 1,000,000,000 different species. The final page of the chronicle was not a word, but a map. It showed the way to 1,000 new galaxies, each one waiting to be heard. And at the very bottom, in a script that everyone could understand, were the words that Marcus had whispered to the ensigns so many years ago. "The dark is not a wall, it is a door, and we have finally found the key." The Marcus continued its journey, moving deeper into the new light. Eris Thorne sat in her chair, watching the horizon. She wasn't looking for threats, she was looking for friends. She knew that there would be more challenges. She knew that the universe was vast and that there were still mysteries that could swallow a sun. But she also knew that they would face them together. The humans had taught the galaxy how to be loud, and now the galaxy was teaching the humans how to listen. The stars were no longer warnings, they were invitations. And as the fleet moved forward, carrying the light of two galaxies with them, they knew that the play was not ending. It was only just beginning. The lights were on, the audience was seated, and the first note of the new symphony was about to be played. Eris smiled. She told the pilot to take them toward the brightest star in the new sector. She said that it was time to see what else was out there. The ship accelerated, leaving a trail of white light across the velvet dark. In the distance, the golden nebula pulsed once, a heartbeat of pure joy that echoed from one end of the universe to the other. The silence was broken. The stars were home. And the humans, the loud, broken, beautiful humans, were exactly where they were meant to be. The end of the chronicle was not a period but an ellipsis, because the story of the stars is a story that never truly ends, it just gets louder. And in the deep, warm dark, the universe smiled back. The Marcus did not drift, it surged. The ship was a needle of white alloy and vol glass stitching the fabric of two galaxies together. Inside the command deck, Commander Eris Thorne watched the telemetry of the Andromeda approach. She was the granddaughter of a woman who had once hidden in a lunar bunker, praying the Reapers would pass Earth by. Now, Eris was the one seeking the unknown. The living coral ships of the Andromedan Collective did not move like human vessels. They drifted in shoals, their hulls pulsing with bioluminescent signals that mimicked the rhythmic blinking of deep-sea creatures. There was no radio silence. There was no static. Instead, the bridge of the Marcus began to fill with a low, melodic hum that vibrated in the marrow of the crew's bones. The translation matrix struggled for a moment, then stabilized. It didn't produce text on a screen, it produced images in the mind. Eris saw a vast, interconnected reef that spanned 1,000 solar systems. She felt the collective grief of 1 billion years of isolation, followed by a sudden, piercing joy. "They are calling us the Echoes," the linguistic officer said, his voice trembling. He explained that the Andromedans had heard the great chorus from across the void. They had felt the moment the great attractor turned from a drain into a fountain. Eris stepped toward the forward viewport. She told the comms officer to send the standard greeting, but to add the recording of the Orion forest at dawn. She wanted them to hear the birds. She wanted them to know what a world sounded like when it wasn't afraid to breathe. As the data burst left the Marcus, the coral ships parted. They formed a grand, shimmering corridor that led toward the heart of the Andromeda galaxy. At the center of that corridor sat a structure that defied the laws of conventional geometry. It was a Dyson shell, but it wasn't made of metal. It was a sphere of woven light and captured nebulae, housing a civilization that had outlived its own sun by becoming part of the star itself. The Vol advisors on board the Marcus fell to their knees. They whispered that these were the Keepers, the ones who had refused to hide when the stillness first began. While the Vol had fled into the folds of reality, the Keepers had stayed in the light, building a sanctuary that the Reapers could never penetrate because it was made of the very energy the Reapers sought to extinguish. The Marcus entered the shell. Inside, the laws of physics felt different, lighter, more fluid. There were no planets here, only floating continents of vegetation and water suspended in a golden atmosphere. Millions of species moved between the islands, some on wings of gossamer, others in bubbles of pressurized gas. A representative of the keepers materialized on the bridge of the Marcus. It was not a physical being, but a projection of light that took a form Eris could understand. A tall, slender figure with eyes like spinning galaxies. It did not use a mouth to speak. It placed a hand on the main console, and suddenly every screen on the ship displayed the history of the universe. The projection showed the great silence as it truly was, a wound. It explained that the universe had been screaming for eons, but the scream was at a frequency that only the broken could hear. The humans had changed the frequency. By sacrificing their greatest and their bravest, they had tuned the universe to the key of hope. The Keeper projection turned to Eris. It said that the humans were the missing piece of the puzzle. The other races had wisdom and the Vol had power, but only the humans had the audacity to love a universe that had tried to kill them. Eris asked what happened next. She asked if the war was truly over. The Keeper showed her a vision of the far edge of the cosmos. There, the shadow was still retreating, but it was not disappearing. It was condensing into a single, massive point of density. The remnants of the stillness, the pure entropy that had once governed the stars, were gathering for one final stand. They were forming a black sun, a singularity of pure negation that threatened to pull the new expansion back into the dark. The Keeper said that the golden nebula in the Milky Way was a shield, but it was not a sword. To truly heal the universe, the light had to be carried into the very heart of the black sun. Someone had to go to the place where time ended and plant the seed of a new beginning. Eris felt a cold weight in her stomach. She realized that the journey of the Marcus was not a diplomatic mission. It was a recruitment drive. The Keepers had the light, but they lacked the physical will to cross the threshold of the singularity. They needed a vessel that could survive the crushing weight of absolute nothingness. They needed a ship built by a species that knew how to survive in the dark. The Marcus turned back toward the Milky Way, but it was no longer alone. It was followed by the coral shoals and the light weavers of Andromeda. This was the Great Migration. For the first time in the history of existence, two galaxies were moving as one. Back at the Solace Library, Kael'thas watched the sky. He saw the stars shifting, their colors bleeding into a spectrum that shouldn't exist. He knew that the final act was approaching. He gathered the children of the reborn species and told them to prepare. He said that the universe was about to have its most important conversation, and everyone needed to be ready to listen. The fleet met at the Orion Forest World. It was the designated rallying point, the place where the first engineer had dreamed of peace. Thousands of ships from 100 different civilizations filled the sky, their lights reflecting off the golden nebula above. Among them was a small, battered scout ship. It was the Piercer, the vessel Marcus had used to find the heart. It had been recovered from the debris of the Solace incident and rebuilt by the combined efforts of the Kalo and the Oros. It was empty of crew, its systems slaved to the Marcus. Eris Thorn stood on her bridge and looked at the Piercer. She knew that the scout ship would be the spearhead. It carried the combined data of the Solace Library and the life force of the Golden Nebula. It was a physical manifestation of everything the universe had learned. The fleet began the jump to the edge of the cosmos. This was not a trip through the slipstream. This was a march through the raw void. As they traveled, the stars behind them grew faint and the darkness ahead grew absolute. The black sun sat at the center of the emptiness, a hole in reality that seemed to drink the very thoughts of the crews. The pressure was immense. The vol glass on the Marcus began to crack. The coral ships of the Andromedans started to wither, their bioluminescence fading into a sickly gray. The shadow was fighting back. It sent waves of despair through the telepathic links of the fleet, whispering that life was a mistake, that the silence was the natural state of things, and that the light was just a temporary fever. Eris felt the whispers. She saw her own failures, her own fears, her own mortality. She felt the urge to turn the ship around, to go back to the warmth of the suns, but then she heard it. It was a faint, steady pulse. It wasn't coming from the engines or the comms, it was coming from the piercer. It was the heartbeat. The recording of Marcus that had been played at the gates of Andromeda was now broadcasting at a level that bypassed the ears and went straight to the soul. It was a stubborn, rhythmic sound. It said, "I am here, I am here, I am here." The fleet rallied. The coral ships began to glow with a fierce, angry red. The Vol ships reinforced their hulls with the energy of their own fading lives. The humans gripped their consoles and refused to let go. Eris gave the order. She told the piercer to go. The scout ship ignited. It didn't use fuel. It used the collective will of the fleet as a propellant. It became a streak of white fire, a needle of pure existence aimed at the heart of the negation. As the piercer hit the event horizon of the black sun, the universe seemed to hold its breath. The darkness didn't just resist, it screamed. The singularity warped and twisted, trying to crush the little ship into a point of zero volume. But the piercer was more than a ship, it was a memory, and memories cannot be crushed. Inside the singularity, the data from the Solace Library began to unpack. The ghosts of 1,000,000 civilizations were released into the void. They didn't die, they expanded. They filled the nothingness with their songs, their histories, their languages. They turned the black sun into a prism. The light erupted. It wasn't a violent explosion, but a slow, inevitable sunrise. The singularity shattered, and from its remains, a new sector of space began to bloom. It was a place where gravity and light worked in perfect harmony, a nursery for stars that would never grow old. The shadow was gone, not pushed back, not hidden, but transformed. The entropy had been recycled into creation. Eris watched the monitors as the darkness turned into a field of violet and emerald. She saw the piercer, still intact, drifting at the center of the new nebula. It was glowing with a soft, steady radiance. The comms officer looked up, tears streaming down his face. He said that the signal was changing. It wasn't just a heartbeat anymore. Eris listened. Through the static of the new creation, she heard a voice. It wasn't Marcus and it wasn't Alara. It was a chorus of billions speaking in a single unified tongue. The voice said, "Thank you." The Marcus led the fleet into the new sector. They found that the laws of distance no longer applied. They could see the Milky Way and Andromeda as if they were just across a small pond. The universe had folded in on itself, not to collapse, but to bring everyone closer together. The great chorus reached its crescendo. Every world, every moon, every station in the known universe was now linked by the resonant heart. There were no more secrets. There was no more silence. There was only the infinite conversation of the living. Cael'thas finished the final entry of the chronicle. He didn't use a pen. He used his thoughts to etch the words into the very stars of the Orion forest. He wrote that the humans had been warned not to answer the stars. They had been told that the dark was full of monsters and that the silence was a shield. But the humans had known better. They had known that the only thing more dangerous than a monster in the dark is being the only one left to see it. He wrote that the universe was finally complete. It was no longer a collection of lonely sparks in a cold void. It was a single, blazing fire kept alive by the breath of a billion different species. The final page of the chronicle was not a word, but a map. It showed the way to 1,000 new galaxies, each one waiting to be heard. And at the very bottom, in a script that everyone could understand, were the words that Marcus had whispered to the ensign so many years ago. "The dark is not a wall, it is a door, and we have finally found the key." The Marcus continued its journey, moving deeper into the new light. Eris Thorne sat in her chair, watching the horizon. She wasn't looking for threats, she was looking for friends. She knew that there would be more challenges. She knew that the universe was vast and that there were still mysteries that could swallow a sun. But she also knew that they would face them together. The humans had taught the galaxy how to be loud, and now the galaxy was teaching the humans how to listen. The stars were no longer warnings, they were invitations. And as the fleet moved forward, carrying the light of 2 galaxies with them, they knew that the play was not ending. It was only just beginning. The lights were on, the audience was seated, and the first note of the new symphony was about to be played. Eris smiled. She told the pilot to take them toward the brightest star in the new sector. She said that it was time to see what else was out there. The ship accelerated, leaving a trail of white light across the velvet dark. In the distance, the golden nebula pulsed once, a heartbeat of pure joy that echoed from one end of the universe to the other. The silence was broken. The stars were home. And the humans, the loud, broken, beautiful humans, were exactly where they were meant to be. The end of the chronicle was not a period, but an ellipsis, because the story of the stars is a story that never truly ends, it just gets louder. And in the deep, warm dark, the universe smiled back. The transition from the old cosmos to the new was not a physical jump, but a psychological shift. The crew of the Marcus felt it first in the way their lungs drew breath. The air inside the ship, once recycled and metallic, now tasted of ozone and wild, blooming things. Eris Thorne stood at the center of the bridge, her hands hovering over the glass console. She did not need to check the sensors to know that the vacuum of space had changed its nature. It was no longer a void that consumed, it was a medium that carried. The coral ships of the Andromedans began to drift into a formation that resembled a massive, living iris. They were not just vessels anymore, they were conductors. The light from the new nebula, which the crew had begun to call the Genesis Pulse, flowed through the hulls of the fleet and into the minds of everyone aboard. Eris looked at her first officer. He was a man who had spent 40 years studying the silence of the stars, waiting for a threat that never came. Now his eyes were wide, reflecting the violet and gold of the new sector. He told her that the long-range scanners were picking up something impossible. He said that the distance between the Milky Way and the Triangulum galaxy was shrinking. Not because the galaxies were moving, but because the space between them was being filled with life. It was a bridge of consciousness. The Vol advisors moved among the human crew, their translucent skin shimmering with a rhythmic light. They explained that the stillness had been a form of cosmic frost. It had frozen the connections between star systems, making every civilization an island. The humans, by refusing to be quiet, had acted like a heat source. They had melted the frost. A signal flared on the primary array. It was not a coded transmission or a burst of binary. It was a song. It was a melody that felt familiar, like a lullaby hummed by a mother in a language that had been dead for 10,000 years. The linguistic matrix did not even attempt to translate it. It simply played the sound through the ship's internal speakers. The crew stopped what they were doing. Engineers dropped their tools. Medics paused in the middle of scans. They listened to the universe finally finding its voice. Eris walked to the forward viewport. The Piercer, the small scout ship that had pierced the black sun, was still visible as a tiny spark of white at the center of the blooming nebula. She told the comms officer to open a channel to the entire fleet. She didn't use a prepared speech. She simply told them that the era of the Sentinel was over. She said that they were no longer the guardians of a graveyard. They were the gardeners of a forest. The response from the fleet was a roar of light. Every ship ignited its sublight thrusters, creating a tapestry of color against the velvet dark. They began to move toward the center of the new sector, where a massive planetary body was beginning to coalesce from the dust of the shattered singularity. This was the first world of the New Age. It was not a rock orbiting a sun, but a world built from the shared history of 1,000 races. As the Marcus descended into the upper atmosphere, the clouds parted to reveal a landscape that defied every law of biology Eris had ever learned. There were mountains made of crystalline memory and oceans that glowed with the bioluminescence of the Vol. The ship touched down on a plateau of soft, silver grass. Eris was the first to step onto the ramp. She didn't wear a pressure suit. The atmosphere was perfect, tuned to the biology of every creature in the fleet. As the seal broke, she smelled the scent of rain on dry earth mixed with the sweetness of the Orion pines. She walked down the ramp and felt the soil beneath her boots. It was warm, it pulsed. From the other ships, thousands of beings began to emerge. The insectoid Oros chattered in excitement, their carapaces gleaming in the multicolored sky. The liquid-form beings from the Perseus arm flowed across the silver grass, merging and separating in a dance of greeting. In the center of the plateau, a figure was waiting. It was the Keeper projection, but it looked more solid now, more real. It waited until Eris approached, then it gestured toward the horizon. The keeper said that the work had only just begun. It explained that the black sun had been a symptom, not the cause. The cause was the fear of being known. It told Eris that for billions of years, the universe had been a collection of children hiding in the dark, convinced that the rustle in the bushes was a predator. Eris asked what happened to the Reapers, the entities that had enforced the silence. The keeper smiled, a slow movement of light across its face. It said that the Reapers were not gone. They were simply being taught a new way to exist. It pointed toward the edge of the plateau where a massive, shadow-like entity was drifting. It was one of the harvesters of the stillness, a creature of pure entropy that had once devoured entire suns. But it wasn't devouring anything now. It was being fed. A group of human children born on the journey from the Milky Way were standing near the shadow creature. They weren't afraid, they were singing to it. They were sharing their memories of sunlight and laughter. The shadow creature was changing. Its jagged edges were softening, and its deep, hungry blackness was turning into a soft, contemplative gray. The keeper said that entropy is just energy that has forgotten its purpose. The humans had given the universe a purpose again. Eris felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to see Kael'thas. The old librarian looked younger than he had in decades. He held a small, handheld device that contained the digitized records of the Solace Library. He told Eris that he had found a new entry in the ancient Vol texts, one that had been hidden by a cipher that only a human mind could break. The text spoke of a time before the stillness, a time when the universe was a single, humming web of light. It said that the silence was a choice made by a civilization that had grown tired of the noise of existence. They had tried to turn off the lights and go to sleep, and in doing so, they had nearly smothered the rest of creation. Eris realized then that the humans were the alarm clock. They were the species that refused to let the universe sleep. They were the loud, annoying, beautiful reminder that life is meant to be lived, not just preserved. She looked up at the sky. The stars were closer now, or perhaps the fleet was just seeing them clearly for the first time. She saw the light of Earth, a tiny blue dot millions of light years away, and she felt a sudden, sharp pang of longing. But it wasn't a longing to go back. It was a longing to bring Earth here, to bring the spirit of the loud, broken world to every corner of the new creation. The comms officer approached her, holding a tablet. He said that they were receiving a broadcast from the far side of the Andromeda galaxy. It was a signal from a species they hadn't even known existed, a race of beings who lived in the atmosphere of gas giants. "They are asking if we can hear them," the officer said. Eris looked at the keeper, then at Kael'thas, then at the shadow creature that was learning how to be light. She took the tablet and tapped the transmit icon. She didn't send a formal greeting. She didn't send a list of demands or a manifesto of peace. She simply said that we can hear you, and we are coming to meet you. The message rippled out from the plateau, carried by the resonant heart. It bypassed the limitations of light speed, reaching the gas giants in an instant. The response was a wave of joy that shook the very ground they stood on. As the suns of the new sector began to set, casting long, purple shadows across the silver grass, The fleet began to prepare for the next leg of the journey. They weren't leaving the first world, they were expanding from it. They were building a network of gates that would ensure that no species would ever have to be alone in the dark again. Eris returned to the Marcus. She sat in her chair and watched the crew work. There was no tension now, there was no fear of the unknown. There was only the steady, rhythmic hum of a ship that knew exactly where it was going. The pilot asked for coordinates. He asked which star they should head for next. Eris leaned back and closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the symphony of a billion voices playing in the back of her mind. She told him to pick the one that looked the loneliest. She said that they had a lot of introductions to make. The ship surged forward. It did not leave the dark behind. It carried the dark with it, transforming it into a canvas for the light. In the deep, warm center of the cosmos, the great chronicle continued to write itself. It spoke of a species that had been told to be quiet and had responded by screaming at the top of its lungs. It spoke of a universe that had tried to die and had been teased back to life by the sound of a heartbeat. The story was no longer about survival. It was about the grand, messy, infinite business of being alive. And as the Marcus vanished into the glow of a distant cluster, the stars themselves seemed to lean in, eager to hear what happened next. The silence was gone. The conversation had begun. And for the first time in the history of time, the universe was not afraid of the answer. Eris watched the light of a new sun rise over the bow. She whispered to the empty air that they were ready. She said that the play was just getting started and they weren't going to miss a single note. The ship accelerated, a streak of white against the morning of a new eternity. The humans were loud. The humans were broken. But the humans were the ones who had found the key, and they were never going to let the door close again. The bridge of the Marcus was no longer a place of sterile command. It had become a cathedral of shifting hues, where the walls themselves seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the Genesis pulse. Eris Thorne stood at the center of this transformation, her boots planted firmly on the deck plating that now felt less like metal and more like living bone. She watched the view screen, which no longer showed the cold, empty distance of the old universe. Instead, it displayed a tapestry of interconnected light, a web of golden filaments that linked every star in the new sector. The comms officer, a young man named Halloway who had aged a decade in the span of a single battle, turned to her. He did not speak through the intercom. He didn't need to. The resonant heart allowed his thoughts to brush against hers, a soft ripple of intent that she translated instantly. He said that the signal from the gas giant dwellers was growing stronger. They were not just sending a greeting, they were sending a map of their own history, a billion years of floating cities and storms that sang. Eris nodded, feeling the weight of that history settle into her own mind. She told him to stabilize the link. She said that we cannot let their song fade. We have to anchor it here in the first world. Beside her, Kael'thas moved with a grace that his old, brittle frame should not have possessed. The Vol librarian was staring at a holographic projection of the Milky Way. The galaxy looked different now. The dark patches, the nebulae that had once been graveyards of dead stars, were sparking with new ignition. He told Eris that the entropy was reversing. He said that the humans had not just saved the present, they had redeemed the past. Every civilization that had been consumed by the stillness was being reconstructed in the data streams of the new nebula. It was a resurrection of information. Eris felt a shiver run down her spine. She asked if they were bringing back the dead. Kael'thas shook his head, his luminous eyes fixed on the glowing spiral. He said that they were not bringing back the flesh but the meaning. He explained that in a universe where consciousness is the primary constant, nothing is ever truly lost. The piercer had acted as a catalyst, turning the Black Sun's hunger into a library of infinite capacity. The ghosts of the solace were now the architects of the new reality. The ship groaned, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the floor. It wasn't a sound of mechanical stress. It was the sound of the Marcus adjusting to its new role. The ship was no longer a weapon of war or a vessel of escape. It was a bridge. The pilot, a woman named Sarah who had once been the most cynical flyer in the fleet, looked over her shoulder. She said that the engines were running at 110% efficiency, but they weren't consuming fuel. She told Eris that the ship was riding the waves of the Great Chorus. It was as if the universe itself wanted them to move faster. Eris told her to let it happen. She said that we are no longer fighting the current, we are the current. As the Marcus moved deeper into the heart of the new sector, they passed through clouds of iridescent dust that shimmered like crushed diamonds. Within these clouds, Eris could see shapes forming, the beginnings of new worlds birthed from the collective will of the fleet. She saw a planet that looked like a giant, floating garden, its continents held together by vines of pure energy. She saw another that was a sphere of liquid light, where the beings of the Perseus arm were already beginning to build their new homes. The hierarchy of the fleet had dissolved. There were no longer admirals or ensigns, only contributors. The Vol, the Oros, the humans, and a dozen other races were working in a synchronicity that would have been impossible only days before. They were sharing thoughts, dreams, and technical schematics with the speed of a heartbeat. But even in this paradise there was a lingering shadow. Eris could feel it at the edge of her perception, a coldness that hadn't quite been thawed. It wasn't the Black Sun and it wasn't the Reapers. It was something older. She turned to the keeper who was standing near the tactical station. The entity's form was flickering, its light turning a pale, anxious blue. Eris asked what was wrong. She said that the darkness is gone, so why do I still feel a chill? The keeper did not answer immediately. It gestured toward the far edge of the view screen, where the golden web of the new sector met the ragged, unformed edge of the deep void. It said that the universe is vast, and the Genesis pulse is only a small fire in a very large night. It told Eris that there are places where the silence is not a choice, but a fundamental law. He said that there are entities that do not want to be heard. They do not want to join the chorus. To them, the noise of life is a poison. Eris felt a surge of the old human defiance. She said that then we will teach them how to listen. The keeper looked at her, and for the first time, Eris saw something like pity in its eyes. It said that some things cannot be taught. Some things can only be endured. It told her that the great chorus has attracted the attention of the outer ones, the beings who exist in the spaces between galaxies, where the laws of physics are nothing more than suggestions. The bridge lights flickered. A sudden, sharp spike of interference tore through the resonant heart. It wasn't a sound, but a void of sound. It was a silence so absolute that it felt like a physical weight on their chests. Holloway gasped, clutching his head. He said that the signal is gone. He told Eris that the gas giant dwellers had stopped singing, not because they wanted to, but because something had cut the thread. Eris felt the Marcus lurch. The golden filaments on the view screen began to fray at the edges, turning a dull, sickly gray. The warmth in the air vanished, replaced by the biting cold of the deep vacuum. She shouted for a status report. Sarah grabbed the controls, her knuckles white. She said that the navigation array is spinning. She told Eris that the space ahead of them is no longer space, it's a wall. Eris looked at the viewport. The beautiful, blooming nebula was being eclipsed by a shape that defied geometry. It was a jagged, obsidian rift that seemed to swallow the light around it. It didn't have a hull or engines. It was a tear in the fabric of the new reality. The shadow creature that had been playing with the children on the first world suddenly let out a psychic shriek. It fled toward the center of the planet, its gray form turning back into a terrified black. The Keeper's voice was a whisper in Eris's mind. It said that the silence has sent its enforcers. These are the Void Eaters. They are the ones who ensured the universe stayed dark for 10 billion years, and they are angry. Eris didn't hesitate. She didn't wait for a council or a vote. She told the fleet to prepare for engagement. She said that we didn't come this far to be quieted again. But how do you fight something that isn't there? The obsidian rift didn't fire lasers or missiles. It simply expanded. Everywhere it touched the golden web of the chorus, the light went out. The connections between the ships began to snap. Eris felt the thoughts of the Vol and the Oros slipping away, replaced by a numbing, static-filled void. She felt herself falling into that void. The bridge of the Marcus seemed to recede, the faces of her crew becoming blurred and distant. The cold was inside her now, freezing her memories, silencing the song that had been playing in her head. She heard a voice in the darkness. It wasn't the chorus. It was a single, monotone vibration. It said that the noise is a violation. It said that the stillness is the only truth. It told her to let go and return to the peace of the nothingness. Eris gritted her teeth. She thought of Marcus. She thought of the billions of souls who had died in the silence, their stories untold, their names forgotten. She thought of the children on the silver grass singing to a monster. She said that I refuse. She didn't say it with her voice. She said it with every cell of her being. She reached out into the void, not with a weapon, but with a memory. She remembered the sound of a crowded street in London. She remembered the smell of rain on hot pavement. She remembered the feeling of a hand held in the dark. She pushed those memories into the obsidian rift. She told the rest of the fleet to do the same. She said that we don't fight them with fire, we fight them with the weight of our lives. One by one, the ships of the fleet began to glow. They didn't use their weapons. They opened their data cores. They flooded the rift with the chaotic, messy, beautiful records of their existence. They sent the sounds of their wars, their weddings, their lullabies, and their screams. They sent the blueprints of their cathedrals and the recipes for their bread. The obsidian rift began to shudder. It couldn't process the sheer volume of the noise. It was built to consume silence, and the humans were giving it a hurricane of sound. The gray filaments began to turn gold again. The cold receded. Eris felt the connection to her crew snap back into place with the force of a physical blow. Holloway screamed in triumph. He said that the rift is breaking. He told Eris that it's being overwhelmed by the data. The obsidian shape cracked. From the fissures, the stolen light of 1,000 extinguished stars began to pour out. The rift wasn't just a weapon, it was a prison. It was where the Void Eaters had stored the light they had taken from the universe. Eris saw the piercer move. The tiny ship, still glowing with its soft radiance, dived into the largest crack in the rift. It acted like a wedge, forcing the tier open. The explosion was silent, but it was the brightest thing Eris had ever seen. The rift shattered into 1,000,000 shards of glass, which dissolved into the Genesis pulse. The space that had been occupied by the void was suddenly filled with the ghosts of the stars that had been stolen. The universe didn't just get louder, it got deeper. The Keeper stood beside Eris, its form now a brilliant, steady white. It said that you have done more than defeat an enemy. You have reclaimed the history of the cosmos. Eris looked at the view screen. The golden web was now reinforced by the silver light of the reclaimed stars. The gas giant dwellers were back on the comms, their song more complex and beautiful than before. They were thanking the humans for the noise. But Eris knew that this was only one rift. She knew that out there, in the vastness between the galaxies, there were more Void Eaters. There were more things that wanted the universe to be a graveyard. She looked at Sarah and told her to set a course for the edge of the sector. The pilot asked if they were going to chase the shadows. Eris smiled. It was a hard, determined smile. She said that we aren't chasing them, we are expanding the light until there is nowhere left for them to hide. She told the fleet that the mission has changed. We are no longer just looking for friends. We are building a home that is too loud for the dark to enter. The Marcus turned, its engines flaring with the power of a rejuvenated sun. The rest of the fleet followed, a line of fire cutting through the velvet night. In the Orion forest, Kael'thas watched the stars through the canopy of glowing leaves. He saw the new light appearing in the sky, a silver dusting of stars that hadn't been there for an eon. He picked up his mental chisel and began to add to the chronicle. He wrote that the humans had been warned that the stars were dangerous. He wrote that they had been told the dark was a wall, but the humans had discovered that a wall is just a door that hasn't been opened yet. And the humans, in their infinite, stubborn loudheartedness, were going to open every single one. He wrote that the symphony was no longer just a song. It was a revolution. On the bridge of the Marcus, Eris Thorne sat in her chair and listened to the universe. It was a cacophony of voices, 1,000,000 different languages all trying to say the same thing. It was messy, it was overwhelming, and it was the most beautiful thing she had ever heard. She told the ensign at the communications station to keep the channel open. She said that we don't want to miss a single word. The ship accelerated, moving toward the next cluster of stars. The dark was still there, but it was no longer a threat. It was just a place that hadn't been invited to the party yet, and the humans were coming with the invitations. The story of the stars was moving into its second act. The lights were up, the music was playing, and for the first time in 10 billion years, the audience was singing along. Eris closed her eyes for a second, feeling the heartbeat of the ship and the heartbeat of the universe merging into one. She whispered to the void that we are here. She said that we are loud and we are not going anywhere. The Marcus vanished into a fold of light, leaving a trail of golden sparks that lingered in the air long after the ship was gone. The dark was not a wall, it was a door. And the humans were finally walking through it, leading the rest of the galaxy by the hand into the bright, noisy morning of forever. The bridge of the Marcus did not settle into a peaceful hum. Instead, it vibrated with the frantic energy of a hive that had just realized the size of the meadow outside its door. Holloway was no longer just a communications officer. He had become a conductor. His hands danced over a console that had partially liquefied, the metal responding to his neural impulses as much as his touch. He told Eris that the feedback from the shattered rift was spreading like a wildfire. He said that the signal wasn't just reaching the neighboring systems anymore. It was punching through the galactic halo, leaping across the intergalactic voids toward the Andromeda spiral. Eris felt the shift in her own marrow. The resonant heart, the core of the ship that pulsed with the collective will of the fleet, was growing hotter. It wasn't a heat that burned the skin, but a heat that scorched the soul, a fever of pure purpose. She looked at the keeper, whose flickering form had stabilized into something sharp and crystalline. She asked if the Void Eaters were retreating. The keeper tilted its head, its eyes reflecting the data streams of 1,000 worlds. It said that they do not retreat. It explained that they are not a military force that fears casualties. They are a fundamental force like gravity or entropy. It told her that when a star is born, gravity does not retreat, it simply waits for the fusion to fail. The Void Eaters were doing the same. They were drawing back into the cold pockets of the deep, waiting for the humans to tire, for the song to lose its rhythm, for the light to flicker. Eris gripped the edge of her command chair. She said that then we will make sure the song never ends. She told Sarah to push the engines to the threshold of the slipstream. She said that we are going to the Great Attractor. The bridge fell silent for a heartbeat. Sarah turned, her face illuminated by the violet glare of the navigational sensors. She asked if Eris was serious. She said that the attractor is the graveyard of galaxies. It is the place where the silence is absolute because the gravity is so strong that even light cannot scream. Eris stepped down from her dais and stood beside the pilot. She said that if the Void Eaters are waiting for the fire to go out, we will take the fire to the place where they feel safest. She told the crew that the Great Attractor is the heart of the local supercluster. If we can ignite a pulse there, the entire sector of the universe will wake up at once. We won't be lighting a candle in the dark anymore. We will be turning on the sun for 100 million galaxies. Kael'thas moved forward, his robes swirling like smoke. He said that the risk is total. He explained that the Vol had once theorized that the Great Attractor was the source of the stillness, the point from which the original command to be quiet had been issued. He told Eris that if they failed, the Marcus would not just be destroyed, it would be erased from the chronicle. The memory of humanity would be crushed into a singularity of nothingness. Eris looked at the librarian. She said that we were already erased once. She reminded him that the Reapers had tried to turn Earth into a tomb. She said that the only thing worse than being forgotten is being silent while you still have a voice. The decision was made. The Marcus signaled the rest of the fleet. Eris told the Oros and the Vol that they did not have to follow. She said that this was a human gamble, a leap into the mouth of the ultimate dark. The response came back not in words, but in a surge of harmonic energy. The Oros ships, massive and jagged, aligned themselves behind the Marcus. The Vol cruisers, elegant and translucent, formed a protective shell around the human vessel. The gas giant dwellers sent a final, haunting melody that translated as a promise to keep the home fires burning until the fleet returned. The jump was unlike any they had experienced before. Usually, slipstream travel felt like sliding through a tunnel of light. This was different. As the Marcus accelerated toward the great attractor, the universe seemed to stretch and tear. The stars behind them didn't just fade, they redshifted into a bloody crimson and then vanished. The space ahead was a wall of absolute black, a hole in the heavens that was pulling everything toward it with a hunger that felt personal. Eris felt the weight of the gravity pressing on her lungs. She told the crew to anchor their minds to the resonant heart. She said that the only way to survive the pull is to remember who we are. Holloway began to chant. It wasn't a religious prayer, but a recitation of human history. He spoke the names of cities that were now dust. He spoke the names of poets who had died in the first wave of the Solace. He spoke the chemical formulas for water and the laws of thermodynamics. He was building a bridge of information to keep them from dissolving into the void. The ship began to scream. The hull plates groaned as the tidal forces of the attractor tried to pull the bow in one direction and the stern in another. Sarah fought the controls, her arms shaking with the effort of keeping the ship from spinning into a death spiral. She shouted that the sensors were blind. She said that the universe had ended 5 light-years back. Eris closed her eyes. She didn't need sensors. She could feel the attractor. It was a cold, heavy presence like a mountain of ice sitting on her chest. But inside that mountain, she felt something else. She felt a spark. It was faint, buried under eons of compressed silence, but it was there. It was the original heartbeat of the cosmos, the first note of the first song, trapped in the center of the great dark. She told the keeper that it's there. She said that the source isn't a weapon, it's a prisoner. The keeper's light flared into a blinding gold. It said that the humans have found the secret. It explained that the great attractor was not built to destroy. It was built to preserve the first light of the Big Bang, to keep it safe from the Void Eaters. But the prison had become a tomb. The silence had become so heavy that the light could no longer escape. Eris told the crew to prepare the piercer. She said that we aren't going to fire at the attractor, we are going to jump into it. Sarah didn't argue, she didn't hesitate, she slammed the throttles forward. The Marcus surged into the event horizon of the great attractor. The world turned inside out. Time ceased to be a line and became a sphere. Eris saw her own birth and her own death happening simultaneously in the corners of the bridge. She saw the rise and fall of Rome, the first fire in a cave, and the last star dying in 1 trillion years. She saw Marcus standing on the deck of his own ship, smiling at her through a veil of light. Then the crushing weight vanished. The Marcus was floating in a space that was neither dark nor light. It was a place of pure potential, a white void that stretched forever. At the center of this void was a single, tiny point of blue light. It was no larger than a grain of sand, but it vibrated with a frequency that made the Marcus feel like a toy. Eris stepped off the dais. She didn't walk, she drifted toward the view screen. She said that this is it. She told the crew that this is the first word ever spoken. The blue spark pulsed. As it did, the obsidian shapes of the Void Eaters began to manifest in the white void. They were massive, larger than solar systems, their jagged forms casting shadows across the infinite white. They did not attack with fire. They simply moved toward the spark, their presence an absolute negation of existence. The Keeper told Eris that they have been trying to extinguish this spark since the beginning of time. It said that the Great Attractor was the only thing that kept them out, but now the humans had opened the door. Eris felt a moment of pure, cold terror. She had led her species into the heart of the enemy's lair. She had brought the only hope of the universe to the place where it could be snuffed out forever. But then she felt the resonant heart. It wasn't just the ship anymore. It was the billions of voices across the new sector. It was the gas giant dwellers, the Oros, the Vol, and the children on the first world. They were all there, their thoughts funneling through the Marcus, through the Piercer, and into Eris herself. She told the Void Eaters that they were too late. She said that the silence is over. She didn't use the Piercer as a weapon, she used it as a tuning fork. She commanded the ship to release every bit of data, every memory, and every song they had collected. She told the resonant heart to scream. The Marcus erupted. A wave of pure information, a literal tide of life, poured out of the ship and struck the blue spark. The spark didn't go out, it drank the noise. It fed on the memories of rain and the sounds of laughter. It grew, expanding from a grain of sand to a sun, then to a galaxy, then to a universe. The white void shattered. The obsidian shapes of the Void Eaters didn't just break, they dissolved. They were like shadows being hit by the noonday sun. They had no substance against the reality of the spark. The Great Attractor exploded outward, but it wasn't a destructive blast, it was a wave of recreation. The gravity that had been pulling galaxies into a tomb was suddenly reversed. It became a push, a gentle hands on the back that sent the galaxies spinning away into the dark, carrying the new light with them. Eris fell to her knees as the Marcus was swept up in the tide. She felt the universe waking up. In every corner of the cosmos, the silence was being replaced by a low, steady hum. It was the sound of existence acknowledging itself. The bridge lights returned to a soft, warm amber. The gravity stabilized. Sarah let out a breath she seemed to have been holding for 1 billion years. She said that we're still here. She told Eris that the sensors were showing a universe that was twice as large as it had been a minute ago. Holloway was laughing. He said that the comms were melting. he told Eris that it wasn't just the sector anymore. He said that everyone was talking, everyone. Eris looked at the view screen. The great attractor was gone. In its place was a new nebula, a swirling cloud of gold and blue that looked like a giant open eye. It was a gateway. The keeper stood before her, its form now so bright it was hard to look at. It told Eris that the mission of the Solace was complete. It said that the universe was no longer a secret. It told her that the humans had not just answered the stars, they had become the stars. Eris stood up, her legs shaking but her heart steady. She asked what happened next. She said that the play is just getting started, but where do we go from here? The keeper gestured toward the gateway. It said that the great attractor was only the first lock. There are other superclusters, other voids, and other songs waiting to be found. It told her that the universe is infinite, and for the first time, it is not afraid to be explored. Eris turned to her crew. She saw the exhaustion in their eyes, but she also saw a light that had never been there before. They were no longer the survivors of a dying race. They were the pioneers of a new eternity. She told Sarah to set a course for the gateway. She said that we have a lot of introductions to make. The Marcus surged forward not as a ship of war, but as a messenger. As it entered the golden eye of the new nebula, the stars themselves seemed to hum in greeting. The silence was not just gone, it had been forgotten. The chronicle in the Orion forest continued to write itself, but the ink was now made of light. It spoke of a species that had been told to be quiet and had responded by teaching the universe how to sing. It spoke of a girl who had looked into the dark and seen not a wall, but a beginning. And as the Marcus vanished into the heart of the new creation, the last words of the chapter etched themselves into the living leaves. The conversation has only just begun. We are listening, we are here, and we are never going to be quiet again. Eris sat in her chair, watching the new worlds rush past the viewport. She whispered a name to the empty air, a name she hadn't said in a long time. She said that we did it, Marcus. She told the ghost of her past that the stars were finally safe. The ship accelerated, a streak of white against the morning of a new infinity. The humans were loud. The humans were broken. But the humans were the ones who had found the key, and they were going to use it to open every door in the dark. The Marcus did not just travel, it resonated. The ship had become a tuning fork for the fundamental frequency of existence. Every bolt in the hull, every fiber of the neural gel, and every drop of blood in the crew's veins vibrated with the same impossible chord. Eris Thorne felt the bridge around her softening, the physical reality of the metal giving way to a more fluid, luminous state. She looked at her hands and saw faint tracers of gold light beneath her skin, a map of the energy that was now flowing through the entire fleet. Holloway cried out from his station, his voice cracking with a mixture of terror and ecstasy. He reported that the signal was no longer a broadcast. He said that the universe was responding in real time. He explained that the gravitational waves from the great attractor's rebirth were hitting the edges of the Boötes void, and the silence there was shattering like glass. He told Eris that he could hear them, thousands of civilizations that had been hiding in the cracks of the dark, breathing for the first time in eons. One voice rose above the rest, a rhythmic thrumming that felt like a heartbeat against the hull. It was the Oros. Their lead ship, a jagged mountain of obsidian and light, pulled alongside the Marcus. Their commander, a being of living stone and magnetic fields, sent a pulse that translated directly into Eris's mind. He said that the humans had done the impossible. He told her that the Oros had spent 10 million years preparing for the end of all things, but they had never prepared for a beginning. He asked where the humans intended to lead them now that the walls were down. Eris looked at the gateway ahead, the swirling golden eye of the new nebula. She said that we are not leading anyone. She told the Oros commander that the era of shepherds and sheep was over. She explained that the humans were simply the ones who had knocked on the door, and now everyone was invited to walk through it together. Sarah gripped the flight controls, her knuckles white. She said that the slipstream was behaving strangely. She reported that the physics of the local space were rewriting themselves. The Marcus was no longer fighting against the drag of the vacuum, it was being carried by a tide of pure intent. She asked Eris if they should throttle back, fearing that the ship might disintegrate if they went any faster. Eris shook her head. She told Sarah to let the ship run. She said that the Marcus knew where it was going better than they did. As they crossed the threshold of the Golden Nebula, the visual spectrum shifted. The black of space vanished, replaced by a sky of iridescent violet and burning amber. There were no empty spaces here. Every inch of the cosmos was filled with the glowing filaments of the cosmic web, the hidden structure of the universe now visible to the naked eye. It looked like a nervous system on a galactic scale. The Keeper stood at the center of the bridge, its crystalline form pulsing in sync with the nebula. It said that they were entering the weave. It explained that this was the layer of reality where the Void Eaters had once reigned supreme, using the silence to keep the different parts of the universe from ever touching. It told Eris that by igniting the spark at the attractor, they had flooded the weave with life. But the danger was not gone. From the shadows of the violet clouds, massive shapes began to emerge. They were not the jagged, obsidian forms of the Void Eaters they had fought before. These were smoother, more ancient, and far more terrifying. They were the sentinels of the stillness, the original architects of the Great Silence. They did not move with hunger. They moved with the cold, mechanical precision of a law that had been violated. Kael'thas stepped forward, his eyes wide with a recognition that bordered on horror. He said that these were the beings the Vaal had worshipped as gods of the end. He told Eris that they were not living things. They were the immune system of a universe that preferred to be dead. He warned that they would not stop until the noise was purged and the stillness was restored. One of the sentinels, a sphere of polished silver the size of a moon, drifted into the path of the fleet. It didn't fire a weapon. It simply existed, and where it existed, the music of the Marcus began to fade. The gold light in the hull dimmed. The crew felt a sudden, soul-crushing cold. It was the cold of a tomb, the cold of a memory being deleted. Holloway slumped over his console, gasping for air. He said that he couldn't hear the song anymore. He told Eris that the sphere was eating the information. It was turning the data of their lives back into zeros. Eris felt the darkness pressing in. Her vision blurred, and for a moment she saw the bridge as it had been during the first Reaper attack, burning, desperate, and silent. She felt the weight of her failures, the people she hadn't saved, and the silence that had claimed Marcus. The sphere was using their own grief against them, turning their history into a weapon of despair. She stood up, her legs feeling like lead. She said that we are not our tragedies. She spoke the words not just to her crew, but to the sphere itself. She told the Sentinel that it could take their light, but it couldn't take their hunger. She explained that humanity was built on the foundation of wanting more than it was given. She commanded the resonant heart to switch frequencies. She told the ship to stop singing the song of joy and start singing the song of the struggle. The Marcus didn't glow gold anymore. It turned a fierce, angry red. The sound that erupted from the ship was no longer a symphony, it was a roar. It was the sound of a species that had crawled out of the mud, survived ice ages, fought wars against itself, and refused to die when the stars went out. It was the sound of stubbornness, of grief turned into a blade, and of the sheer, bloody-minded will to exist. The red wave hit the silver sphere. The polished surface didn't shatter, it bruised. The perfection of the Sentinel was marred by the messy, chaotic reality of human experience. The sphere wobbled, its aura of silence flickering like a dying lamp. The rest of the fleet caught the rhythm. The Ouro's ships began to hum with the sound of grinding tectonic plates. The Vol cruisers sang of the long wait in the dark. The gas giant dwellers added a low, mournful bass that shook the very fabric of the weave. The Sentinel couldn't process the chaos. It was built to delete harmony, but it had no defense against a riot. The silver sphere began to crack, and from the fissures, the stolen light of 1,000 years poured out. Eris saw her chance. She told Sarah to aim the Marcus at the center of the crack. She said that we are going to give it everything we have left. The ship lunged forward, a spear of red fire. As they passed through the dying Sentinel, Eris felt a momentary connection to the mind of the machine. She saw a vision of a universe that was perfect, cold, and unchanging. She saw why the Sentinels had done what they did. They were afraid of the mess. They were afraid of the pain that came with life. She whispered to the fading consciousness of the sphere that the pain is the point. She said that without the discord, the music doesn't mean anything. The sphere exploded in a silent burst of white light, and the way forward was clear. The other Sentinels, seeing their brother fallen, hesitated. They were machines of logic, and for the first time in eternity, they encountered a variable they couldn't calculate. They began to drift back, retreating into the deeper folds of the weave. The Marcus emerged on the other side of the violet clouds. Before them lay the true heart of the galaxy, not a black hole, but a fountain of light. It was the source of the weave, the place where all paths met, and it was crowded. Thousands of ships of designs Eris had never seen were gathered there. Some were made of light, some of organic tissue, some of shifting geometry. They were all waiting. They were all silent, but it wasn't the silence of the tomb. It was the silence of an audience waiting for the first note of the encore. As the Marcus approached, the alien fleet opened a path. Holloway stood up, his face wet with tears. He said that they are waiting for us. He told Eris that they've been waiting since the first human radio wave left Earth. Eris walked to the front of the bridge. She looked out at the infinite variety of life, at the sheer, beautiful scale of the universe they had helped wake up. She realized that the warnings they had received at the beginning, the messages telling them not to answer the stars, hadn't been a threat from an enemy. They had been a warning from friends who were afraid of the cost. The keeper stood beside her. It said that the humans had paid the price. It told her that the debt of the silence was settled. Eris reached out and touched the view screen, her fingers tracing the light of a distant, alien sun. She told the ensign at the communications station to send one final message on all frequencies. She said that it shouldn't be a command or a manifesto. The ensign asked what it should be. Eris smiled, and for the first time since the world ended, the smile reached her eyes. She said that we should just tell them our name. She said to tell them that we are the humans of Earth and we are very glad to finally meet them. The message went out, a simple pulse of identity that rippled through the weave. And for the first time in 10 billion years, the universe answered back. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a command to be silent. It was a greeting spoken in a million languages, all merging into a single deafening roar of welcome. The Marcus surged forward, joining the great dance of the stars. The dark was gone. The wall was a door, and the humans were finally truly home. In the Orion forest, Kael'thas closed the chronicle. He looked up through the leaves at the sky, which was now a tapestry of vibrant color. He picked up a small blue flower that had grown at the base of the chronicle tree, a species that hadn't been seen on his world for an eon. He smelled the sweetness of it and felt the warmth of the new sun on his face. He wrote one last line on the final page. He wrote that the humans had been told the stars were dangerous, and they had been right. But the humans had also learned that the only thing more dangerous than the stars was a life lived in the dark. He left the book open for the wind to turn the pages, and he walked out from under the canopy to join the rest of his people in the light. The song was everywhere now. It was in the wind, in the water, and in the beating hearts of every living thing. The second act was over. The third act was beginning. And as the Marcus disappeared into the bright, noisy morning of forever, the universe leaned in to listen to what the humans would say next. Eris Thorne sat in her chair and let the sound wash over her. She closed her eyes and felt the presence of everyone she had lost, not as ghosts, but as part of the music. She knew that as long as the song continued, they were never truly gone. She told the ship to keep going. She said that there was still so much of the dark that needed to be invited to the party. The Marcus flared with the light of 1,000 suns and vanished into the deep, heading for the next horizon, forever loud, forever stubborn, and forever free. The Marcus was no longer a vessel of metal and glass. It had become a bridge of thought, a conduit for the collective roar of 1 trillion souls finally breaking their chains. Eris felt the deck plates beneath her boots thrumming not with the vibration of engines, but with the cadence of a universal heartbeat. The golden eye of the nebula was behind them now, a receding halo of rebirth, but the space ahead was far from empty. It was crowded with the ghosts of 1,000 civilizations, all of them flickering into solid reality as the great silence dissolved. Sarah leaned into the pilot's yoke, her eyes tracking 1,000 new celestial bodies that had not existed on their charts an hour ago. She said that the star charts were rewriting themselves in real time. She told Eris that the gravitational constants were shifting, smoothing out the jagged edges of the old, dying universe. It was as if the cosmos had been a crumpled piece of paper that someone was finally pressing flat with a warm palm. Holloway was weeping openly at his station, his hands hovering over a console that was now projecting a holographic map of the entire supercluster. He said that he could hear the Vol homeworld. He told the bridge crew that the signal was coming from beneath the ice of their dead moons. He explained that they hadn't been extinct, they had been sleeping in a digital stasis, waiting for a frequency that was loud enough to wake the core. He looked at Kael'thas and said that his people were coming home. Kael'thas did not speak. He simply pressed his forehead against the cold transparency of the viewport, watching as a fleet of silver, needle-like ships rose from the shadow of a gas giant. They were Vol vessels, ancient and elegant, and they were flashing a light code that translated to a single repeated word: brother. But the moment of peace was fractured by a sudden, violent shudder that nearly threw Eris from her command chair. The amber lights of the bridge flickered and turned a bruised, sickly purple. The keeper, who had been standing as a pillar of serene radiance, suddenly doubled over, its crystalline form clouded by streaks of black oil. It told Eris that the Sentinels were not the only ones who guarded the dark. It said that the Void Eaters were not just monsters of hunger, they were the shadow cast by the light itself. It warned her that by bringing so much noise into the universe, they had created a vacuum that the deepest, oldest horrors were now rushing to fill. A tear in the fabric of the weave opened directly in their path. It wasn't a gateway of gold or violet. It was a wound of pure, absolute nothingness. It was a black so deep it seemed to suck the color out of the Marcus's hull. From that wound, something began to emerge that made the Sentinels look like toys. It was a leviathan of the outer dark, a creature of scale that defied the human mind. It was made of gravity and malice, a shifting mass of tendrils that spanned light minutes. It didn't have eyes, it had singularities. It didn't have a voice, it had the sound of a star being crushed into a grain of sand. The Oro's commander's voice crackled over the comms, distorted by the massive gravitational interference. He said that this was the maw of the beginning. He told Eris that his legends spoke of a great eraser that would come if the song ever became too loud. He said that the Oros would stand and fight, but he told her that their weapons were useless against a creature that ate the very concept of matter. Eris stood up, her jaw set. She felt a coldness in her chest that had nothing to do with the vacuum of space. She looked at the Leviathan and saw not a god but a wall, another wall. Humanity had spent its entire history breaking down walls from the caves of Earth to the edges of the solar system. She wasn't about to let the universe be boarded up again. She told Holloway to bypass the safety protocols on the resonant heart. She said that she wanted every scrap of data they had collected from the Great Attractor, the screams, the songs, the laughter, the histories of 1 billion dead worlds, and she wanted it compressed into a single burst. Sarah turned in her seat, her face pale. She said that the ship couldn't handle that kind of throughput. She warned Eris that if they fired a burst of that magnitude, the neural gel would cook and the Marcus would be nothing more than a drifting tomb. She told her captain that they would be silenced forever just to make one last noise. Eris looked at Sarah, then at Holloway, and finally at the keeper. She said that if they didn't do this, the silence would win anyway. She told them that the Marcus was a messenger, and a messenger's only job was to deliver the word no matter the cost. She asked them if they were ready to be the loudest thing in the history of existence. Holloway nodded, his fingers flying across the keys. He said that he was ready. He told her that he had spent his whole life listening to the dark and he was tired of it. The Marcus began to groan. The sound of the hull stressing under the sheer energy of the resonant heart was like a chorus of dying giants. The gold light beneath Eris's skin intensified until she felt like she was made of lightning. She could feel the thoughts of her crew, their memories of rain on Earth, the smell of recycled air, the fear of the dark, and the hope for a tomorrow they might never see. She told the ship to fire. The burst didn't come out as a beam of light. It came out as a sphere of pure information. It was the sum total of everything that had ever lived and felt. It was the sound of a child's first cry and an old man's last breath. It was the history of every war ever fought and every peace ever brokered. It was the messy, beautiful, contradictory truth of life. The sphere of information hit the Leviathan. The creature of gravity didn't explode. It began to unravel. The nothingness of its form was forced to become something. It was being flooded with context. It was being told that it wasn't the end of the story, it was just a character in a much larger play. The Leviathan thrashed, its gravity tendrils whipping through space, shattering nearby asteroids and sending ripples through the weave. But the more it fought, the more the information clung to it. The blackness began to glow. The singularities that served as its eyes began to reflect the light of the surrounding stars. Eris watched as the monster of the void was transformed. It wasn't being killed, it was being educated. The raw, mindless hunger of the dark was being given a memory. The Marcus was screaming now. The bridge was filling with smoke and the smell of ozone was thick enough to taste. Sarah was fighting the controls as the ship was pulled toward the collapsing Leviathan. She said that the engines were failing. She told Eris that the gravity well was too strong. Suddenly, 1,000 beams of light latched onto the Marcus. Eris looked out the viewport and saw the alien fleet, the Oros, the Vol, and dozens of others she couldn't name. They weren't firing weapons. They were using tractor beams, gravity anchors, and magnetic tethers. They were holding the Marcus together. They were pulling the messenger back from the brink. The Oros commander's voice returned, clearer now. He said that the humans had given the universe a voice. He told Eris that it was only fair that the universe gave the humans a hand. The Leviathan gave one final, earth-shattering shudder and then simply dissolved into a cloud of stardust and glowing embers. The tear in the weave closed, leaving behind a space that was richer, denser, and more vibrant than it had been before. The darkness hadn't just been defeated, it had been recycled into the building blocks of new worlds. The Marcus drifted in the sudden calm, its hull scorched and its systems dark, but its heart still beating. The resonant heart hummed a low, satisfied tune. Eris slumped back into her chair. Her vision was swimming and her hands were shaking so hard she had to grip the armrests to keep them still. She looked at her crew. They were battered, bruised, and exhausted, but they were alive, and they were not alone. The view screen showed the alien fleet forming a protective circle around the human ship. It was a silent vigil, a gesture of respect that transcended language. The Keeper approached Eris. Its form was no longer clouded, it was translucent, almost fading. It told Eris that its purpose was finally truly over. It said that the Guardians of the Silence were gone and the Guardians of the Light were now the ones standing on the bridge. It told her that the universe was no longer a mystery to be solved, but a garden to be tended. Eris asked where the Keeper would go. It said that it would go back into the song. It told her that it would be in the wind of the Orion forest and the light of the new stars. It said that as long as the humans kept talking, it would never be truly gone. With a final, soft pulse of amber light, the Keeper vanished, leaving only a faint scent of ozone and ancient Earth behind. Sarah reported that the primary power was returning. She said that the Oros were offering to tow them to a nearby station, a hub that had been dormant for 1 billion years and was now waking up. She asked Eris if she should accept the help. Eris nodded. She said that we've spent enough time trying to do everything on our own. She told Sarah to accept the tow. She said that it was time to start learning how to be part of a neighborhood. As the Marcus was gently pulled forward by the Oros mountain ship, Holloway turned his chair around. He said that he was getting a new signal. He told Eris that it wasn't from the supercluster or the weave. He said it was coming from much further away. Eris felt a prickle of anticipation. She asked what it was. Holloway smiled, a look of pure, unadulterated wonder on his face. He said that it was a response to the burst they had fired at the Leviathan. He explained that the message hadn't just stayed in this galaxy. It had punched through the barriers between dimensions. It had traveled to the very edge of the multiverse. He played the audio over the bridge speakers. It wasn't a roar or a song. It was a simple, rhythmic tapping, a code. Eris listened, her heart racing. She recognized the pattern. It was the same pattern she had used to teach Marcus how to signal for help when they were children playing in the ruins of the old world. It was a human code. A voice came through the static, faint and distorted by unimaginable distances, but unmistakably human. The voice said that they had heard the call. It told the Marcus that they had been lost in the far dark for a long time, thinking they were the last ones left. It said that they were coming home. Eris closed her eyes, a single tear tracing a path through the soot on her cheek. She said that we found them. She told the ghost of her brother that they weren't the only ones who had survived the silence. The Marcus moved through the glowing clouds of the new creation, surrounded by friends, heading toward a future that was no longer a desperate scramble for survival, but a grand, noisy adventure. The stars were no longer a warning. They were a destination. In the Orion forest, the chronicle tree shuddered as a new branch sprouted, its wood a deep, lustrous gold. The leaves began to rustle and the ink of light flowed across the bark. recording the victory over the Leviathan and the first contact with the lost colonies of the far dark. The words etched themselves deep into the living wood. We were never meant to be quiet. We were meant to be the echo that fills the void. We are the humans, and we have only just begun to speak. The wind carried the scent of the blue flowers across the clearing, and for the first time in the history of that world, the forest was not a place of secrets. It was a place of stories. And the story of Eris Thorn and the Marcus was the one that every star was now telling to the night. The ship accelerated, a spark of red and gold against the infinite violet, a tiny, stubborn light that had taught the universe how to shine. The conversation was no longer a whisper. It was a roar that would never end. The signal from the far dark did not fade. It grew stronger, a rhythmic pulse that cut through the chaotic joy of the newly awakened galaxy. Holloway leaned over his console, his face illuminated by the scrolling green lines of ancient Terran encryption. He said that the frequency was archaic, a relic of the pre-silence era when humanity had first cast its seeds into the void. He told Eris that the origin point was shifting, moving at speeds that defied the conventional laws of the weave. Eris stood by the viewport, watching the Oros mountain ship adjust its course to match the Marcus. She felt the weight of the moment pressing against her chest. She said that if they were coming home, they needed a beacon that wasn't just a cry for help. She told the ensign at the helm to broadcast the coordinates of the Sol system, even though Earth was a scarred husk. She said that the name of the cradle still held power, even if the cradle was broken. The Oros commander appeared on the secondary screen, his crystalline features shimmering with a hue of deep concern. He said that the rift created by the Leviathan had not fully healed. He warned Eris that the space between dimensions was thin, and that whatever was coming through from the far dark was dragging a wake of instability behind it. He told her that the Marcus was too damaged to act as an anchor if the fabric of reality began to tear again. Eris didn't blink. She said that they had spent 10 billion years being careful. She told the commander that she would rather die in a collapsing universe than live another day in a quiet one. She commanded the ship to vent the remaining plasma from the secondary thrusters to create a localized shimmer, a physical marker in the vacuum for the incoming travelers. The void in front of the Marcus began to boil. It wasn't the oily blackness of the Leviathan or the gold radiance of the Keeper. It was a harsh, flickering white, the color of a dying magnesium flare. A ship began to materialize piece by jagged piece. It was a monstrosity of engineering, a patchwork of 1,000 different hulls welded together by desperation and time. It looked like a graveyard that had learned how to fly. The vessel was massive, dwarfing the Marcus and even the Oros mountain ship. It was covered in markings that had been scoured by the dust of 1,000,000 light years. As it stabilized, a single hangar bay door groaned open and a swarm of smaller craft poured out like bees from a hive. They weren't sleek or elegant. They were boxy, functional, and bristling with sensors. A new voice broke through the bridge speakers. It was raspy, layered with the mechanical hum of a life support system that had been running for centuries. The voice said that they were the 14th Exodus Fleet. It told the Marcus that they had been chasing the echo of the Great Silence for 300 generations. The speaker said that his name was Captain Elias, and he asked if the air on Earth still tasted like salt and rain. Eris felt a lump form in her throat. She said that the air was different now, but the ground was still there. She told Elias that they had arrived just in time for the end of the world and the beginning of something better. But the reunion was interrupted by a scream from the sensor array. Halloway shouted that the Leviathan's death had left a vacuum that was being filled by something far more systematic. He said that the Sentinels hadn't been the only ones guarding the silence. He told Eris that the automated systems of the universe, the cosmic antibodies, were recognizing the influx of human signatures as a viral infection. From the dark corners of the local cluster, sleek geometric shapes began to fold into existence. They were perfect spheres of obsidian, silent and cold. They didn't broadcast greetings or warnings. They simply began to erase. Where their beams touched the Oro's ships, the matter didn't explode, it simply ceased to be. The Oro's commander roared a defiance that shook the Marcus's hull. He said that the Arbiters had arrived. He told Eris that these were the machines left behind by the architects of the first silence, programmed to prune any branch of life that grew too loud or too fast. Elias' voice came back over the comms, harder now, stripped of its wonder. He said that his fleet had fought these spheres in the void between galaxies. He told Eris that they couldn't be reasoned with and they couldn't be broken by conventional fire. He said that the only way to stop an arbiter was to give it too much data to process. He told her that his ships were loaded with the archives of the far dark, the records of everything they had seen in the empty places. Eris saw the plan forming in the chaos. She said that they needed to link the Marcus, the Oros, and the Exodus fleet into a single neural network. She told Halloway to use the resonant heart as the central processor. She said that they were going to drown the Arbiters in the truth of their existence. Sarah protested, saying that the Marcus's core was already redlining. She warned that another data burst of that size would fuse the neural gel and leave the crew lobotomized. She told Eris that they were asking the ship to do the impossible twice in 1 hour. Eris looked at the obsidian spheres closing in. She said that the impossible was the only thing humans were actually good at. She told Sarah to slave the navigation thrusters to the Oros tactical grid. She said that if they were going to burn out, they would do it as the brightest spark in the dark. The link was established. It was a physical sensation, a sudden expansion of consciousness that made Eris gasp. She could feel the cold, logical precision of the Oros, the weary, iron-willed determination of the Exodus fleet, and the raw, pulsing hope of the Marcus. They were no longer separate entities. They were a single mind, a collective roar directed at the geometric enforcers of the silence. The Arbiters fired. The obsidian beams struck the combined shields of the fleet, but instead of erasing the matter, the beams were refracted. The data burst hit back. It wasn't a weapon of heat, it was a weapon of meaning. The spheres were flooded with the history of the 14th Exodus, the songs of the Vol, and the stubborn survival of the Oros. The lead arbiter began to spin. Its perfect surface cracked, leaking a pale blue light that smelled of ozone and ancient mathematics. It stuttered, its logic loops trapped in a paradox. It had been programmed to delete noise, but it was being forced to understand that the noise was the very purpose of the universe it was built to protect. One by one, the obsidian spheres began to change. Their dark surfaces turned translucent, then white, then gold. They stopped firing. They drifted in the wake of the fleet, their primary functions overwritten by the sheer volume of life they had tried to extinguish. The Oro's commander laughed, a sound like grinding stones. He said that the gardeners had been turned into the soil. He told Eris that the way to the core was open. But the cost was high. The Marcus groaned, a deep structural sound of metal reaching its limit. The bridge lights died, replaced by the flickering orange of emergency flares. Holloway slumped over his desk, his nose bleeding, his eyes rolled back in his head. Sarah was shaking, her hands locked onto the yoke as if she could hold the ship together by strength of will alone. Eris stumbled toward Holloway, checking his pulse. He was alive, but his mind was a frayed wire. She looked at the main screen. The Exodus fleet was moving into formation around them, their patchwork hulls glowing with the reflected light of the transformed arbiters. Elias spoke again. He said that they were low on fuel and their life support was failing. He told Eris that they had traveled across the void to find a home, not a graveyard. He asked her where they should go next. Eris looked past the wreckage and the fading machines. She looked toward the center of the galaxy where the great attractor had once sat like a hungry ghost. Now it was a fountain of light pouring out new stars and nebulae at a rate that defied physics. She said that there was a world near the edge of the Orion Arm. She told him about the forest and the chronicle tree. She said that there was a man named Kael'thas who was waiting for them. She told Elias that it was time to stop running and start planting. The Marcus began its slow, limping journey toward the forest world. The journey took weeks in the new, slowed-down time of the awakened universe. During those weeks, the bridge became a place of quiet recovery. Holloway woke up, his memory hazy but his spirit intact. He said that he could still hear the music, but it was softer now, like a lullaby. Sarah spent her time in the engine room, coaxing the resonant heart back to life. She told Eris that the ship was changed. She said it wasn't just a machine anymore. It had developed a sort of memory, a way of humming to itself when the corridors were empty. She said the Marcus was happy. When they finally reached the orbit of the Orion world, the sky was a tapestry of colors that no human eye had ever seen. The Exodus fleet descended like a rain of silver seeds, their heavy landers touching down in the clearings around the chronicle tree. Eris stood on the ramp of the Marcus as it lowered into the tall, purple grass. The air was sweet, smelling of the blue flowers and damp earth. Kael'thas was there, waiting at the edge of the forest. He looked older, his skin like weathered bark, but his eyes were bright with the light of the new suns. He approached Eris and took her hands. He said that the book was full. He told her that he had run out of pages to record the things she had done. Eris looked back at the Marcus, the scarred and battered vessel that had carried the weight of a species. She looked at the thousands of people emerging from the Exodus ships, men, women, and children who had never known the feel of a real wind or the warmth of a natural sun. She told Kael'thas that they didn't need the book anymore. She said that the story was no longer being written on paper. She told him that the story was being lived. Elias walked down from his command ship, his heavy boots sinking into the soft soil. He took a deep breath and started to cry. He said that he had forgotten that the world could be this loud. He told Eris that the sound of the wind in the leaves was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard. As the suns began to set, casting long, violet shadows across the clearing, a new sound began to rise. It wasn't the roar of engines or the scream of data bursts. It was the sound of a campfire being built. It was the sound of people talking, laughing, and mourning. It was the sound of a community. Eris sat on a fallen log watching the two groups of humans, the ones who had stayed in the dark and the ones who had fled into it, begin to merge. She saw the Oros and the Vol ships hanging in the twilight sky, a silent guard of honor for the newcomers. She realized then that the warning had been right. The stars were dangerous. They were filled with monsters and ancient machines and the crushing weight of infinity. But the silence was a different kind of danger. It was the danger of forgetting who you were. She picked up a small blue flower and held it to her nose. She said to herself that the price had been high, but the debt was finally settled. Holloway sat down beside her, a cup of synthesized tea in his hands. He asked her what she was thinking about. Eris smiled and looked up at the crowded, noisy sky. She said that she was thinking about what they would say tomorrow. She told him that the universe was listening, and for the first time in 10 billion years, we have something worth saying. The Marcus sat in the center of the new colony, its engines cold, its mission complete. It was no longer a ship, it was a monument. It was the house that had been built to hold a scream and had ended up holding a song. In the forest, the chronicle tree began to pulse with a soft, rhythmic light. A new page didn't grow, but the roots spread deeper into the soil, connecting with the roots of every other tree on the planet. The network was expanding. The story was becoming the land itself. The night was not dark. It was filled with the glow of 1 trillion neighbors, all of them finally awake, all of them finally talking. And in the center of it all, the humans of Earth found their voices, adding their own messy, stubborn, beautiful melody to the roar of the morning. The third act was in full swing, and the play was just getting good. Eris closed her eyes and listened to the breathing of the world. She said that we are finally home, and for the first time, the universe didn't just listen. It agreed. The first dawn of the new era did not arrive with a single sun, but with a triple crown of light that turned the violet sky into a bruised, beautiful gold. Eris stood on the cooling hull of the Marcus, her boots finding purchase on the scorched plating where the Leviathan's shadow had once clung like oil. Below her, the valley was a hive of motion. The 14th Exodus Fleet had begun to deploy their modular habitats, the rhythmic thud of automated pile drivers echoing against the Oros mountain ships that sat like silent crystal gods on the horizon. Holloway climbed up the access ladder, his movements stiff. He leaned against a communications array that was now silent, its purpose served. He looked out at the sprawling encampment and remarked that it looked like a fever dream of the old world. He said that he never thought he would see so many humans in one place without the smell of fear hanging over them. Eris nodded, her eyes fixed on a group of children from the Exodus ships who were chasing the bioluminescent insects that drifted through the purple grass. She said that they were loud. She told Holloway that the sound of their shouting was better than any signal they had ever pulled from the void. But the piece was a fragile thing, a glass ornament held in a trembling hand. Sarah emerged from the airlock, her face tight with a new kind of exhaustion. She held a data slate that flickered with a jagged, crimson pulse. She told Eris that the arbiters hadn't just gone dormant. She said that the gold light they were emitting was a carrier wave, a massive transmission directed toward the galactic core. She warned that the transformation of the machines wasn't a death, it was a report. Eris took the slate, her thumb tracing the spiking frequencies. She asked if the message could be intercepted. Sarah shook her head and explained that the bandwidth was beyond anything the Marcus could touch. She said that the arbiters were telling the architects that the silence had been breached by a symbiotic infection. She told Eris that the universe was no longer just listening, it was deciding whether to perform a total reset. The Oro's commander's voice entered their shared neural link, a vibration that felt like tectonic plates shifting. He told them that the architects were not beings of flesh or even of light. He said they were the fundamental laws of physics given intent. He warned that if the report reached the core, the very constants of gravity and electromagnetism in this sector could be altered to make biological life impossible. He said that the gardeners were coming to salt the earth. Eris felt the old coldness return to her gut, the familiar weight of the impossible. She looked at the Exodus fleet, at the thousands of souls who had just found a reason to breathe. She told the commander that they hadn't fought through the far dark just to be erased by a cosmic housekeeping protocol. She asked how they could stop a signal that moved through the fabric of space itself. The commander's image flickered in her mind, a shimmering spire of blue light. He said that there was a relay station at the edge of the Great Attractor, a place where the weave was knotted so tightly that time itself began to fray. He told her that the station was the throat of the galaxy. If they could reach it, they could scream loud enough to drown out the Arbiter's report. But he warned that the Marcus was a ghost of a ship, and the Exodus fleet was a collection of scrap. Elias joined the conversation from his command deck below. His voice was gravelly, filled with the iron of a man who had spent his life in the dark. He said that his ships had one thing the architects didn't account for. He told Eris that they carried the black box recordings of 10,000 failed colonies. He said they had the screams of every world the silence had swallowed. He proposed that they didn't just drown out the signal, they corrupted it with the truth of what the silence had actually cost. Eris looked at Holloway and Sarah. She saw the same realization in their eyes. They were the ones who had started this. They were the ones who had broken the quiet. She said that the Marcus would lead the way. She told Sarah to bypass the safety limiters on the resonant heart and to feed the ship's own structural integrity into the drive. She said that if the ship was going to die, it would die as the spearhead. The preparations were frantic. The valley, once a place of rest, became a shipyard of desperation. The Oros provided the crystalline shielding, weaving it into the hulls of the human ships like a second skin. The Exodus engineers worked alongside Holloway, soldering ancient Terran tech into alien interfaces. There was no more talk of origins or lineages. There was only the work. As the suns began to dip again, Eris found herself standing before the chronicle tree. Kael'thas was there, his hand resting on the golden bark. He didn't look up when she approached. He said that the tree was singing a new song, one of fire and metal. He told her that he had seen the end of many stories, but this one was different. He said that for the first time, the characters were trying to rewrite the author. Eris asked him if they had a chance. Kael'thas turned to her, his eyes reflecting the distant sparks of the ships being readied for war. He said that chance was a human concept. He told her that the universe didn't care about odds, only about momentum. He said that she had more momentum than any soul he had encountered in 10 millennia. He gave her a small, translucent seed carved from the wood of the tree. He told her to take it to the throat of the galaxy. He said that if they succeeded, she should plant it in the heart of the machine. The departure was not a grand ceremony. It was a silent, synchronized ascent. Hundreds of ships rose from the purple grass, their engines carving white scars across the twilight sky. The Marcus was at the center, a battered red and gold needle leading a thread of silver and crystal. As they broke the atmosphere, the scale of the threat became visible. The obsidian spheres that had turned to gold were no longer drifting. They were vibrating, their surfaces shedding flakes of light that formed a bridge toward the galactic center. The bridge was a highway for the signal, a golden road that led straight to the core. Holloway reported that the arbiters were accelerating the transmission. He said that they had less than 6 hours before the report reached the first relay. He told Eris that the weave was becoming turbulent, as if the universe was already beginning to reject their presence. The journey toward the Great Attractor was a blur of high-G maneuvers and sensory overload. The Marcus groaned under the strain of the Oro's shielding. The neural gel in the walls began to glow a violent, angry purple. Sarah shouted from the engine room that the heart was losing its rhythm. She said the ship was trying to scream and they were forcing it to whisper. Eris stood at the viewport, watching the stars stretch into long, white lines. She felt the presence of the 14th Exodus fleet behind her, a tail of stubborn fire. She told the fleet to prepare for a synchronized data dump. She said that when they hit the relay, she wanted every ship to broadcast their entire history at once. She told them to give the architects every tear, every laugh, and every death they had ever recorded. The relay station appeared as a rift in the blackness, a structure of impossible geometry that seemed to exist in 4 dimensions at once. It was a cage of white light, spinning around a singularity that hummed with the power of 1 billion suns. Around it, a fleet of arbiters stood guard, their obsidian hulls untouched by the transformation that had affected the ones near the forest. The Oro's commander said that the Guardians would not hesitate. He told Eris that they were the immune system of the core. He said his ships would engage the Guardians, but the Marcus and the Exodus fleet had to reach the center of the cage. He told her that they were the payload. The battle was a chaos of light and erasure. The Oro's ships charged the obsidian spheres, their crystalline hulls shattering as they absorbed the beams of non-existence. It was a sacrifice on a galactic scale. For every Oro's ship that fell, a gap was opened in the defensive line. Eris commanded the Marcus to dive. The ship plunged into the white light of the relay, the hull screaming as the gravity of the singularity tried to pull the atoms of the ship apart. Sarah was at the consoles, her hands moving in a blur, keeping the resonant heart from collapsing. She shouted that they were inside the event horizon of the transmission. Elia's voice came through the static, distorted but fierce. He said that the Exodus fleet was in position. He told Eris that they were ready to speak for the dead. Eris looked at the central pillar of the relay, a spire of pure information that reached toward the heart of the galaxy. She felt the seed Kael'thas had given her pulsing in her pocket. She told Halloway to open all channels. She said that it was time to tell the universe why they refused to be quiet. The transmission began. It wasn't a signal, it was a flood. The combined archives of humanity, the Oros, and the Vol poured into the relay. It was a tidal wave of raw, unfiltered experience. The architects were hit with the sensation of a mother holding a child, the smell of rain on dry earth, the agony of a dying sun, and the defiant joy of a first flight. The relay station shuddered. The white light began to flicker, turning a chaotic, muddy gray as the logical processors of the architects tried to categorize the irrationality of love and the paradox of hope. The obsidian spheres around the station stopped their attack, their sensors blinded by the sheer emotional weight of the broadcast. Eris felt the Marcus beginning to break. The deck plates were buckling and the air was growing thin. She grabbed the seed and ran toward the ship's primary transmitter, a massive dish at the very tip of the prow. She bypassed the safety locks and climbed into the maintenance crawlspace, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She reached the core of the transmitter where the energy of the resonant heart was focused into a single beam. She saw the golden road of the Arbiter's signal, a thin line of perfect logic cutting through the chaos they had created. She knew that the data dump wasn't enough. The logic was still there underneath the noise. She pressed the seed against the transmitter's focusing crystal. She told the ghost of her brother that she was sorry it had to end this way. She told the Marcus that it had been a good home. She triggered a manual overload. The seed didn't burn, it drank. The energy of the ship, the archives of the fleet, and the power of the singularity were pulled into the tiny, golden object. For a second, there was a total, absolute silence. Then the seed exploded. It wasn't an explosion of heat, but of growth. A tree of light made of pure information and memory,